Start? Yeah.
Really? Right, where'd y'all go?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Wasn't that an interesting tour yesterday afternoon? Thanks very much for those who hosted us. For those of you who couldn't join us yesterday, I formally and warmly welcome you to this first in-person Vertical Farming Congress, including quite a number of you online. My name is Richard Hall, and I'm chairman of Zenith Global, which is a specialist consultancy for the food and drink industry, and I regard vertical farming as more food production than agriculture. I'm delighted to host this event in association with FarmTech Society, and I'm especially grateful to our sponsors, Platinum IGS, Gold Signify, and JBT ProSeal, Silver Multivac, Bronze Foundation for Food Agriculture Research, and Turati. Do visit their stands during the breaks. Do also tweet and use social media as you go, and do make sure you access Slido. If we can get the slide up for Slido, because that enables you to ask questions and take part in the voting. So simply go to slide.do and put in hashtag VFWC2022. One thing you don't have to do is take too many notes. You'll have access to the speaker slides afterwards. So on to the program and our opening speaker. Let's look to the future of food and how it will change from technology to supply chains. Please welcome President Obama's Director of National Institute for Food and Agriculture from 2012 to 2018, Sunny Ramaswamy.
Thanks so much. Good morning. All right, good morning, everybody. Come on. There you go. Nice. That's much better. Thank you so much, Richard Hall, for the kind introduction. And I do want to thank Zenith Global and FarmTech Society for having me here. And Tom Zollner, I've known him for a few years here, and he was very kind and inviting me to speak here this morning. And like Richard said, we had a wonderful time, those of us that were in attendance and got to tour. It was a wonderful time here yesterday as well. And I particularly want to thank Francesca Hall, who's in the back and there. She's the one that is, making sure that everything is going right. And thank you so much, Francesca, for making this possible as well. It's wonderful to be here this morning. And as Richard said, I want to share with you some really very high level thoughts on the future of food itself. And I particularly want to talk about innovations that we need. And these innovations are in every part of this enterprise, in the value chain itself. And I'll share some thoughts with you about that as well. But a lot of people that have heard me speak before know that I like to frame my conversation around some very important global themes. And I refer to them as societal challenges, and I refer to them to it also as nutritional security. And in fact, Richard and I had a wonderful conversation on the bus yesterday as we headed to the abattoir about why we should refer to it as nutritional security and not food security. In part, it is the nutritional outcomes that we all need to be very concerned about, the health outcomes we've got. And globally, as you know, and particularly epitomized in America, is that we have very significant challenges with both, on the one hand, hunger. The Economic Research Service of the U.S. Department of Agriculture tells us there's about 14 million children in the United States of America tonight may go to bed hungry. 14 million children in the world's, in quotes, richest country, most powerful country, and things like that. Shame on us. That's one part of it. In America, at the same time, 2 out of 3 people are obese. So we've got these interesting challenges going on. And then you look at it globally. In some parts of the world, it's much worse. And so that's the challenge that we've got. And we've got to be thinking of nutritional security, and not just, in quotes, food security. In my mind, some of the situation, the reason for the situation that we've got today is because we framed it around food security. That is, we got to just make as much food as possible at as low a cost as possible. And I think it's contributed to the situation that we've got today. So when you think about that, there's a whole bunch of societal challenges that you can think of. And these societal challenges include everything from, I can go on and on about each one of these topics for hours and hours. Everything from climate change on to increasing urbanization, increasing incomes. Therefore, people are eating a lot more protein, animal protein, for example, in countries like China and India. And so that is all creating an incredible amount of pressure on the land that we have got and the water that we've got, and then also contributing to, in and of itself, climate change as well. The more animal protein we consume, the more contributions of emissions that are going to affect global climate change as well. And then along with that, we've got migrations going on because of conflicts, global conflicts. And we see that here in Europe as well as in the United States, in North America as well. Massive migrations. And this is historically, humanity's always done this. Humanity's always moved from one place to another, looking for food, looking for shelter. When humanity got out of Africa, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 years ago, our ancestors, they got out looking for food, looking for shelter. That's what it was. So it's nothing new that we're having today. But it's also is the result of conflicts today. The intense conflicts that we've got, also the result of intense climate change that's happening in many parts of this of the world itself. And then we're doing all of this, by the way, in the context of an anti-science, anti-intellectual environment epitomized by the United States of America. Not only are we doing it in the States, but we're also exporting to the rest of the world as well, this anti-science, anti-intellectual environment that we've got. Leadership in America, former leadership, I might add, has in part contributed to this as well. We still have a significant proportion of the population in the world, epitomized by the United States, that is really dead set against science. I mean, look at the anti-vaxxing, anti-masking, all these things that we had going on here in the very recent past as well. That's the context we've got. And if you look at hunger, global hunger, we did a pretty good job collectively, humanity did. We started pushing that hunger down very significantly. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, combined with other issues that we've got, i.e. climate change and other things that we've got, hunger started going back up again. Where we were above 1 billion people going to bed hungry every night, it dropped down to actually just about 650 million people. Kudos to us as humanity, collectively working together. And then it turned back up again. And that's the context that we've got to think of as well. How do we make sure we collectively have a responsibility in this? Collectively, we have a responsibility in this. And then part of this as well is the ecological footprint of the food you and I consume, the breakfast we all ate. That food that we ate this morning, 80% of the fresh water we consume is in the food that we ate. About a fifth of the energy we use is in the food we ate. The greenhouse gas emissions that we've got, about a quarter of it is in the food we eat. The ammonia that we release, 80% of it is in the food that we consume as well. That's the context. So we've got to make a commitment that we have to address this, and we've got to decarbonize it. And the group that is sitting right here, that is representative of this endeavor that we refer to as controlled environment agriculture or vertical farming, whatever you want to call it, has a great opportunity to be able to decarbonize the food that we consume as well. So that's the context that we've got. So with that being the context, what's the path forward? Do we go, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Woe is me. Run like Chicken Little? Or we roll our sleeves up and say, yeah, humanity has done this consistently, persistently. we have stepped up to the challenge. I'm very optimistic we're going to be able to do this. The unbelievable innovations that discoveries we've made, the inventions we've made over the millennia says we do have a path forward. So there are multiple different paths, of course. And I'm sure you know this as well. One path is, you know what, Earth is dying. We just need to take off from here, go someplace else. That's one path that we've got. As a matter of fact, how many of you have seen the movie Interstellar? Wow, man, the rest of you get a life. Jeez. It's available, I think, on Netflix, on Prime Video, and your nearest DVD store or whatever else. Rent it. It's a pretty cool film, by the way. I'm going to lay this for you. I'm not going to give the story away for the rest of you. Mary, you didn't put your hand up. You didn't watch it either. Okay. So I'll tell you the little bit of the story. Kind of get your imagination going here. So the film opens, right? This guy drives in this pickup truck in a hurry. He drives up to this house, and the scene is looking out from the porch of that house. And very dusty, brown, gray, looks desolate. And there are what appears to be like corn all over the place. And out of that pickup truck jumps out this hunk, Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey, some of you know that guy. He's a wonderful actor. He's from Texas. And he jumps out of it. And then the story goes on about how something bad has happened on Earth. And we don't know what that bad is. There's only one thing left, corn. Corn, nothing else. So imagine living in a world where there's only corn. And so the story goes on about, Matthew McConaughey is a former astronaut. So NASA calls him, says, we need your help. We got to go find a planet where humanity can move. He says, okay. After a lot of coaxing, he says yes. But he's also the father of 2 children. And he's a single parent. And so he goes to school, to the children's school, for a parent-teacher associate, PTA, parent-teacher conference. And he goes there, and the teacher says, we got a problem here, right? The world does not need any more engineers to build airplanes and television sets. We don't need it. What we need is people who know how to grow food in this context. That's what we need. So that's the movie. Fantastic film, by the way. Check it out. I kid you not. So, well, you know what? That's the movie version. And of course, NASA and the other space agencies have, been sending out these probes way out there into the interstellar space. There's one particular probe that was sent out here a few years ago, and they found, I kid you not, in the so-called Goldilocks zone, a planet not too dissimilar to Earth itself. Water. It's got a core of iron and other things. So you got to have gravity. Remember, if you're going to plant some plants or put a vertical farming system, it's going to have to stick there. Otherwise, it's going to be floating around like on the moon or Mars or whatever else. Because of the lack of gravity. There is gravity, but it's not enough like we have here on Earth. So all that, perfect. Oh my gosh, man. Let's all hop on the plane and head on out of here. Oh my gosh. Except it'll take us about 26 million years to get there. That's the problem that we've got. Okay? So the future of food, and he already told me I got to keep moving here. I'm a reformed professor, so I can talk on and on and on too. I'm going to wrap it up, I promise you, Richard. But thanks for the reminder. The future of food. What is the future of food about? Right? I think there's multiple different tools in our toolkit that we're going to have to deploy. And part of that set of tools is the enterprise that y'all are involved in as well. So there's a number of considerations that we're going to have to take into account. It's not just simply saying, okay, I'm going to have some investors come to me, give me some money. Okay, I've got a building. Okay, I've got whatever. I'm going to plant these, and somehow I'm going to make some money out of it. We're talking about yesterday, the need for profitability as well. No investor is going to give you a penny if you do not demonstrate there's a return on investment. And also, by the way, y'all want to raise your own families. You want to put food on the table for your children, for your, people that come behind you. All that's needed as well. So there's a number of considerations that we have to think about. And I'm sure if you were to add to this, you'll add many, many, many more phrases to this as well. And there's a whole bunch of opportunities and challenges that you can think about. And again, I've been, hearing some of the conversations that have been going on. Even yesterday, we had some conversations about it. Whether it's the costs or the automations, the robotics, and, companies like, Colin Logan's and others, they're doing some really, really cool stuff in this. And how do you bring about technology and sensors and robots and things like that into this enterprise? All the issues that we've got with controls, energy, one of the biggest challenges that we've got. And then how do you use big data and things like that? This is a controlled environment, but you still have challenges because, as we were discussing at dinner last night, machines are deterministic. You tell it what to do, it'll do it. But humans and plants and other critters are stochastic, very random. The stochasticity is what trumps you in your enterprise as well. So you're going to have to make sure that we're going to be addressing those kinds of things. And then there's many more. This is like a stream of consciousness phrases that I just kind of thought of the other day as I was putting this talk together on these slides. And, pest management. We heard yesterday when we went to see the tomatoes being grown and the arugula and all, the basil and the coriander and things like that. They got to use biological control because you don't want to be using pesticides in that context that you've got. You don't want to be adding to the cost of your food production as well. Again, remember, ROI, that is really, really going to be important as well. Profitability, market hubs, how do you produce this here and take it out there? Is it going to be tied to some local restaurant or convention center or whatever? There's all manner of things that some of your companies are doing. I know AeroFarms is a pretty cool thing that's going on in terms of the connectivities and things like that as well. By the way, life cycle analysis. This industry, pardon me, I want to say it this way, shame on you for not taking on this idea of life cycle analysis on everything that you do. You're going to have some costs and return on investment in terms of, the carbon that you produce, the energy that you use, the labor that you need, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just the gee whiz, oh my gosh, man, I got this cool stuff that I'm going to put in my production system. It's not enough to do that. We need to have a pretty damn good sense of the life cycle analysis itself. And then, of course, these plants that we grow, luckily today, as opposed to just a few years ago, we're in a better spot because many scientists have started stepping up to create genetics for the vertical farming and the controlled environment agricultural enterprise itself. It's coming along slowly but surely, including some really cool work that my former agency, the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, and the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research has invested in actually rethinking the architecture of plants. Imagine growing a cherry tree, and it doesn't need to go through this vernalization and things like that, and being able to grow it in a controlled environment. And we've got people, many scientists across the globe that are doing that as well. Pretty soon you're going to be able to see those kinds of trees where the architecture has been changed as well. And then you've got issues related to, crop growth and health and diagnostics that we need. Again, there are many people sitting in this room here that do work on these sorts of topics, including many of the academic community and government scientists and others as well. And then within the supply chain itself, there's a whole slew of opportunities and challenges. Whoops, something disappeared in my vertical farm that I shown there right before the truck there that's carrying all the stuff that's been produced. I'm wrapping up, sir. Okay, so it's in the entire value chain, from your farm, actually way before the farm, all the way down to the dinner table itself. There's a lot of considerations here, and hopefully we'll get to talk about it over the next few days. And certainly, there are opportunities afforded us by these smart systems that we're thinking of. Again, there's several of you that I've spoken with about smart systems that are really, really critically important as well. And so then I want to leave you with this very last slide. I know I just kind of hurried through this whole thing. The future of food itself. We can do it. We don't need to leave Earth. This is the only planet we've got. Ain't nothing else out there within reach. We got what we got. We can't go to Mars or Moon or whatever else. Nah, it's not going to happen. contrary to what Elon Musk says. The future of food requires, as I like to say, to think anew and act anew. And this particular statement attributed to Abraham Lincoln after the Civil War in America, he said for America to rebuild, it needs to think anew and act anew. And I think this enterprise, we got to step back, work collaboratively, work together, and we got to think anew and act anew. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Sorry, Aaron.
Thank you, Sunny. I think we are a new industry, and thank you for being both an optimist and a critical one. Second, we have a horticulture expert who's worked at Wageningen University since 1987, where he's now head of horticulture and product physiology group. Researching every aspect of vertical farming, he'll focus on the challenges and opportunities, and especially reducing energy and improving nutrition. Professor Leo Marcellis. Leo.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Nice to be here. Nice to see you all. Yeah, the challenges and opportunities. And do we have, yeah. Vertical agriculture, I don't need to tell you what I'm talking about here. We grow crops in buildings. It could be one layer, but mostly it is many layers above each other, or maybe vertical walls. The most important here is that we have a full control over the production process. And then we can grow crops with very little use of land, very little use of water, very little use of fertilizers. If we do it perfectly, we may grow without any pesticide. And importantly, we can just do it anywhere. We're not dependent on the weather, the climate. We don't need fertile soil. So we can also do it very much in the urban area. And what I think is most important is that we can give, wherever we grow, we can give guarantees about how much we produce, how many kilograms of a defined quality on any specific day of the year. But there are also challenges, as Sonny already indicated. Two of those challenges are energy and they are costs. And I told this already also a year ago. And now many things happened this year, and this can even becomes more important. So what is needed, and let's say also where we in our research at Wageningen University put a lot of effort on, is how can we grow crops with less energy? Because if we use less energy, it's good from a sustainability point of view. It's also very much important to reduce the costs. So then an important aspect is the light, because lamps are responsible for a large fraction of the energy use. And if we use a lot of light, it means also we need a lot of cooling, so we need, in fact, extra energy. So can we make more efficient use of the light energy? And yes, we can do that a lot better than we do now. Then we can optimize the whole climate and the rhizosphere, that's the root zone. And in a number of areas, let's say in some areas in the world, we may also think about how can we integrate it in an urban energy system. And maybe then we still end up with a product which is not that cheap. Well, then we should ensure that it is a product with a higher added value. We can make better products. So we should also ensure that we produce premium products, which is very well possible in these type of systems. As I said, light energy, that is important. We have a full control of the production process in vertical farming. So we were wondering, okay, if we now compare open field versus the greenhouse versus the vertical farming, where are we now? Are we making more efficient use of light? And what we did do is we studied the scientific literature at this moment, what is published about growth rates and how much light is used. And we compared vertical farms with greenhouses with open field. What you see here on the y-axis, LUE, that stands for light use efficiency. In fact, it is the mass or the weight of the plant divided by the total amount of light given throughout the cultivation. In this case, I use the dry weight. Well, of course, you will think, hey, what I sell to the consumers is fresh weight. Yes, we also have those data on fresh weight, but I use here the dry weight because then we can also compare it to a theoretical maximum. So on the y-axis, how much do we produce per unit of light? Well, what we see, let's first look at vertical farming, greenhouse, open field. As expected, the vertical farming has a higher light use efficiency. The dot indicates the average, the rectangle, well, that's where 50% of all the data points are in. But what we can also see in this graph is if we look at the vertical farming, in all the published data, there's an enormous spread of the data. Maybe sometimes it's because inaccurate publishing or inaccurate reporting, but I think this is really real, that there is a large variation at present. But what we can also see, that already some publications, some measurements are in the gray zone. So they are close, or within, the theoretical maximum. So what we can learn from this is, if we look at the average, it's far from what is theoretical possible. And it is possible to get there close to that theoretical maximum. But overall, it means there is a lot of room for further improvement. So we're doing a good job, and on average, it's a lot of possibilities to improve. How can we do that? Well, one of them is by making more efficient use of the light. But if you then use the light, well, what is then about? It's about how much light, so light intensity, the photo period. So the photo period is the day length, the color of the light, the direction of the light. Should all the light come from above or from the sides? But light also represents heat. So those 5 factors of light we include in our research. How to improve that? And I can show, I have only 15 minutes in total, so I can't show that much. One aspect what I would, with respect to the color of light is, what I want to show today is about far red light. Far red light is a very dark red light. In fact, we hardly see it with our human eye. So the visible light is 400 to 700 nanometers wavelength, and this is above 700 nanometers wavelength, 700 to 750. We hardly see it with the human eye. What does the plant do? And the plant has a number of specific photoreceptors. You could call it a sort of an eye of the plant to perceive this light. With more far red, you get more elongation of the plant, more expansion of the leaves. And that is in many plants very important, more expansion of leaves. If there is more expansion of leaves, in particular in young plants, it can absorb more light. Absorbing more light directly leads to more photosynthesis, more growth. Besides that, there is now more and more evidence that this far red light, which was originally assumed not to be photosynthetic active, that's also photosynthetic active. So here we see an example of lettuce in a vertical farm without far red, that's grown under red-blue light, or where far red is added. And then I often get the question, is this far red now really more efficient than the visible light? Yeah, in some cases it is. I would not say it is always, but here we see this example of lettuce. We see on the y-axis the radiation use efficiency. That's again, how much is grown by the plant divided by the total radiation. So total radiation is here the sum of visible light and far red. And we see here that there are white bars and red bars. The white bars, that is without far red, only red-blue light, or where far red was added. If there is far red, the total radiation use efficiency in lettuce increases. Of course, we have to, in the end, we have to consider all aspects. In some plants, you get maybe 2 elongated plants. And so what we also have to learn is that if we apply a specific color, maybe we do not need it a whole production cycle, because it is about growth and it is also about quality. Then another interesting aspect of this far red light, what we found in tomato, is that we control the balance between generative and vegetative. That's what we see here. You see 3 different far red intensities, 0, 30, and 50 micromole per square meter second. And then in those bars indicate what part of the plant is in the fruit, stem, leaf, root. So the top part is what fraction of fruits. Well, with more far red, a higher fraction of fruits. Well, this was still an experiment with relatively young plants, but we repeated this many times, also with long-term crops. What we always see, with more far red, the balance is going towards generative. Well, maybe you've heard also sometimes that people were a bit disappointed about far red, but then please realize, this is a tool. You can turn the plant more in generative. This is what growers are continuously doing. They're looking for the balance. But yeah, if you always push the button towards the generative, in the end it might go wrong. So you have a tool, and you have to not always use the far red, but you can get more generative growth, and that leads to more yield. So there's a lot about growth, the kilograms per unit of light, but in the end, it's also about the quality. And here you see an interesting example. Lettuce plants, which were the last few days before harvest, where we changed the light intensity. So we had 500 micromole, 240 or 50 micromole. And then we looked at it, how do the leaves perform after harvest? What is the shelf life? Well, then we see those plants that got a high light intensity shortly before harvest, they perform much better after harvest. And you can see on the left-hand side, they look better than on the right-hand side. So longer shelf life with more light. And these are data from exactly the same experiments. And here we see the shelf life, so how long did it last after harvest? And on the x-axis we see, on the left graph, the vitamin C concentration. We see 3 data points. Well, the data point with the highest vitamin C concentration, that was the high light intensity. And on the right-hand graph, we see the carbohydrate concentration. Carbohydrates, the sugars. Also here, the point with the highest carbohydrate was with the high light. So what does high light do? Yeah, in fact, it leads to more photosynthesis. That results in more carbohydrates. It also results in more vitamin C. And those two, carbohydrates and vitamin C, they are important for shelf life. So it's important for the plant, for the shelf life, but hey, vitamin C, that's also interesting for us as humans to consume. So an interesting effect of what light can do. Maybe a more known aspect of light is that it can affect the coloration of plants. If you have a lettuce cultivar which can form purple leaves, the purple is due to a pigment, anthocyanin, which in fact is an antioxidant. And what we usually see, if the lighting contains relatively a lot of blue light, you get more formation of those antioxidants, and in this case, of the anthocyanin, which gives the purple color. Also, this again, you can just do a few days before harvest. And in fact, it's wise to do it a few days before harvest, because usually those purple leaves do not grow that much as the green leaves. Similarly with pepper fruits, so some cultivars form purple fruit, very nice looking, but usually if you eat them, it's a bit disappointing, because a pepper fruit initially is purple, or those cultivars, they lose the purple color at time of harvest. So young fruit does not taste very well, old fruit, nicely, or ripe fruit, is good, but misses the color. Also here you can see in the lower side where we have a lot of blue light, they remain more the purple color. How many minutes do we still have? I said energy is important. A lot of energy is related to the light. If you look at the vertical farm, many companies where I come, I see a lot of light is wasted. It's or falling on the floor, or on the ceiling. You may, on the ceiling? Yeah, a lot of light is reflected by the leaves. It's falling on the walls, on the paths. Please realize only light that is absorbed by a leaf contributes to growth. And there's still a lot to gain. If you look at the price of energy, it may rapidly fluctuate. So where we think that a vertical farm everything is constant, should we keep it all constant, or should we fluctuate the use of the light based on the electricity price? Hey, and then we get questions about how to optimize this, how to use this such that we still can do these guarantees. And then we need monitoring of the system, continuously monitoring. We need algorithms for prediction, how to use this most efficient. And this is also where we're going towards an autonomous control, where I see we have a control room somewhere controlling our farms at different locations in the world. I told a lot about light, but please realize it is in the end the complete system that we have to consider. All climatic conditions, water, nutrients, plant density, etc. And because I think I'm running out of time, new cultivars should be considered. It was already mentioned also in the previous talk. So what I would like to conclude, there's still a lot, we know a lot, but there's still a lot to gain. There's still a lot to improve with respect to lighting, with respect to when do we use the light, not constant, but although we can keep everything constant. No, it may depend on the factors. Think about not just light, but in relation to all the other growth factors. We will go towards new cultivars adapted for vertical farming and then having an autonomous control. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo. So we're good, but we've got a long way to go. I like the idea of being a member of the far red party rather than the far right or far left. Third speaker also started out at Wageningen University with a master's in agriculture, and he's also worked at the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture. He's now senior fresh produce analyst for Rabobank Research, Food and Agribusiness, and he'll turn to managing costs and satisfying customers. Lambert van Horen.
Well, good morning to all of you. For those who don't know the Rabobank, it's a cooperative bank in the Netherlands, focusing on food and agri worldwide. But when I do a presentation in the morning, I would like to have some gymnastics. So I would like to stand up if you have salad for dinner last night. Please stand up if you have had some salads yesterday evening for your dinner. Approximately 40% of this room. Okay, please keep on standing. No, keep on standing if you asked the chef if the salad came from a controlled environmental agriculture. Okay, this is the front runners group in controlled environmental agriculture, and we think we get a premium price. We think we get a premium price. And none of you have asked the chef to, let's say, the premium which is a controlled environmental agriculture, etc. Of course, I want to, let's say, thank Sonny and Leo for their optimistic view, and then a banker. Well, is the glass half empty or is it filled up half? Let me just, yeah. Okay, well, vertical farming, of course, or let's say controlled environmental agriculture, or like Leo said, fully controlled agriculture, all different names, is work in progress. And of course, we realize this as a bank. And we get an enormous, we get a lot of, let's say, information memoranda from investors, from startups, from other banks, from pension funds, whatever. Where are we standing and what's your view on, let's say, the controlled environmental business? And usually I think they are looking maybe for Rabobank because we have some experiences in greenhouses in the Netherlands. So there are, of course, business models that work already. And especially on the left, you can see some examples. But in the arrow, you can see where we stand right now, I think. We have a lot of support, public and private support. That's past. Let's say that was done 10 years ago. Advancing technology, well, both speakers, they already said something about, let's say, more technology, etc. And that's work in progress, you could say. Sharing knowledge, there's my first question mark. Do we really share knowledge? And I come to that later on. Best practices and standardization. My father built a Venlo warehouse, a Venlo greenhouse in 1958. So that's a kind of standardization in greenhouse horticulture. But are we standardizing in, let's say, the controlled indoor vertical farming, etc.? And then we can, of course, look into increased productivity. Leo showed some very nice examples. And then Sonny already said something about, let's say, profitability or viability or whatever you look. And there's still a lot to gain in CapEx, in the capital expenditures, and in the operational expenditures, like energy. And of course, we saw yesterday some examples of, let's say, different systems. Is it urban farming, like the rooftop garden here with Big H, which has also, you could say, a kind of social aspect in their business model, trying to have some citizens of Brussels looking into their business, etc. Or is it just producing food? So, and lately, Leo has called it full controlled agriculture, and sometimes I call it daylight-free cultivation, because that's sometimes where we are standing now. In the conversations here in this Congress, sometimes there are a lot of engineers and people from the IT business, etc., entering. But let's say a greenhouse, like I said, 1958, my father built a greenhouse. In the 60s and 70s, we had multi-stacked mushroom growing, which is also 60 to 70 years old. We had, of course, the in vitro propagation in the 80s and 90s. And the example on the right is forcing tulips on water. Approximately, let's say, it started in practice, in practical farms around, let's say, 2000, approximately 2000. So the production cycle and also the production characteristics sometimes define the most suitable farming system, and part of it could be indoor, and part of it could be outdoor. So also look at combinations of it. And some other things, and the pictures are not quite the same as Leo showed, but it is of course also the local situation and the markets define the most suitable farming system. We did some consumer market research, and in Japan, for instance, when there's someone with a kind of white coat laboratory environment, consumers like that. They say, well, then the food is safe, etc., and the acceptance of the food from a, let's say, vertical farm is very high. When you go to Germany, no, you don't have to wear a white coat or something like that. Well, it is a farmer just in a boerenhof, in a farm environment, etc. That's their culture. So this premium price, and you didn't ask for the premium price yesterday, so this premium price is different in different parts of the world, and you have to realize this, because a lot of business models always showing some premium price. We will get more for our lettuce than, let's say, outdoor growing. And as a banker, we have to, of course, let's say, ask some questions about that. And another thing in, let's say, moving from investment cases to bankable cases, that was a question asked to me to say something in this presentation. In an investment case, the investor, well, he could have a high return on investment, but of course, there's also a possibility that he doesn't get back his money. That's an investment case. Going to a bankable case, then a banker, well, he wants to have low risks and he gives you a low interest rate. That's really another part of the finance system. And you have to realize in what are you looking for, an investor or a banker. That's something different in the financial system. And sometimes, I see some confusion about this. We, as Rabobank, we have both. And sometimes I advise the investment bankers, sometimes I have to advise the bankers. And that could be another advice. So, in general, I would say we have to choose for the next, let's say, 5 years. And of course, Sonny and Leo, they have perspectives for maybe 10 years or 15 years or whatever for longer term. But for, let's say, 3 to 5 years, I would say, if you have a business model, if you have a business case and you want to finance or to invest, looking for investors, look for hybrid systems. Which part of your production system is well prepared, or there's enough knowledge to use indoor farming, etc., and which part is still maybe better economically viable outdoor. So I have 3 reflections, and that's why you look in the mirror now, and sometimes, in the mirror it looks maybe a little bit more positive than the real situation. But it was asked, and well, I'll deliver, Richard. I'll deliver. The first one, what we see sometimes is what seems to be your core business is that you are all within your, let's say, small-scale businesses in, let's say, one country, one city, or whatever, solve the world food problem. And of course, all those bits and pieces will, let's say, in total, be part of the solution. Your business plan itself will not solve the world food problem. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. The other thing is that you're all looking for intellectual property. Does anyone have heard that Jamie Oliver or Gordon Ramsay have an intellectual property on their recipe in their restaurant? Don't think so. So there is not as much intellectual property, I suggest, I'm not a lawyer, than we sometimes think. So all those investors are very keen on IP, IP, and I think it's just a recipe from a chef. That's something maybe to think about. So what seems to be the core business, those two things, and what should or could be your core business, I would say you're, let's say, providing technology, and much of the audience here is a kind of engineer or doing IT or doing artificial intelligence, or you're a supplier of good, fresh produce with a long shelf life. Nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with that. That's my first reflection. The second one, what seems to be the attitude, I'm not accusing everyone, but sometimes I say, well, there's a lot of individualism, and we are sometimes reinventing the wheel. That's because I see a lot of EMs, information memoranda, sometimes, where did I read this before this EM? And so there's a lot of this transparency. What do you want to hide? What's really, and that's maybe connected with this IP sometimes. So this seems to be the attitude. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But what could or should be the attitude? In my way, cooperation or collaboration, co-creation. So really gather all your stakeholders and co-create your system with your, let's say, grower, or with your supermarket, or with your plant propagator, or whatever. And transparency, also to a bank, but also to investors, so both sides of the financial system. Transparency, that's how you build trust. So it's not just by figures, because if there's no trust, we, let's say, distrust every figure. And coming to the last one, Richard, so it's who seems to benefit from, let's say, vertical farm or indoor farm. I think sometimes supermarkets are, let's say, the one who are benefiting from this indoor farming revolution, and the early investors. People are looking for, let's say, more shareholder value. Well, is that the purpose of your business, more shareholder value, or are you into something else? So that's who could benefit, or who should benefit maybe. I would say in the end it would be the consumers that have to benefit from this revolution and these new ideas. And there it comes again, then we will also have a better planet because we have a more sustainable production. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, there's
Thanks so much, Lambert. An excellent dose of helpful realism. We're now joined online. We would have had our next speaker in person, but he had 2 flights cancelled yesterday by the leading vertical farming business founder in Erez Galonska. He's from Israel. He also worked in Spain. He's now based in Germany. He set up InFarm with 2 colleagues in 2013 and is its chief executive officer. If anyone has vertical vision, he has. Erez Galonska. I hope you're there online with us.
Yes, I am, Richard. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Richard?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Amazing. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Erez Galonska. I'm the co-founder and CEO of InFarm, one of the world's fastest growing vertical farming companies. And today I would like to talk about our vertical vision and the challenges and opportunities I see for our growing industry. In the next slide, for those of you who don't know InFarm, let me introduce us briefly. As of today, we are operating in 10 countries, cultivating millions of plants a month and growing. We have more than 500,000 square feet of growing centers distributed across cities around the world. We are providing super fresh, premium produce and local produce in affordable prices, 365 days a year. And our vision is to help cities and regions to become more self-sufficient, more resilient in their food production. In the next slide, you can see that the headlines suggest it is a very much needed vision these days. The last 2 years have demonstrated further how fragile our food supply chain is. If the war in Ukraine has taught us anything, is that food security or nutritional security, and of course food self-sufficiency, are serious threats in our world today. This is in addition to the food shocks linked to the COVID-19 pandemic and the increase of severe weather events driven by climate change. It is clear to everyone in the room that we need to change and adapt to the new reality. We urgently need to find better ways to produce and distribute food that are both climate resilient and secure. Next slide, please. For decades, industrial agriculture has had an abundance of land and water resources. It optimized for yield and cost. It accepted harmful fertilizers and pesticides to improve crops. It cost us in soil degradation and food that travels thousands of miles, almost a billion tons becoming waste each year. Looking at the numbers, the environmental impact is untenable and unacceptable. Currently, 70% of global fresh water is used for agriculture. Meanwhile, almost 40% of the world's population lives in areas with high to very high water shortages or scarcity. 50% of the world's habitable land has already been converted to agriculture use, and the growth of our global population will lead to even more deforestation, biodiversity loss, and soil degradation. We also face a huge waste problem, with about 17% of total global food production is wasted every year. And lastly, up to 28% of global greenhouse gas emissions are caused by the food industry. In the next slide, you can see that all of this ultimately means our lives, health, well-being, and livelihoods are at risk. To state the obvious to the people in the room, we simply cannot afford to produce, distribute, and eat the same way for the next 50 years. The UN predicts that by 2050, we will need to increase production by 70%. And as our friend from Wageningen University concluded, farmers will need to produce more food in the next 40 years than we have in the last 8,000 years combined. It's a grand challenge. So unless we reinvent our food system and find new, efficient, and sustainable ways to produce food, we won't be able to make it back to the safe operating zone within our planetary boundaries, as you can see in the picture. So we must give nature some breathing space as we grow our food. Now, agricultural technology, controlled environment agriculture, and vertical farming in particular is enabling that, and many new ways of producing food never imagined before. In the next slide, hopefully it can turn the video, you can see that, like our friends sitting in the room from the other vertical farming companies, we decided to embrace the many challenges and lead a farming revolution growing food in AI-controlled environment vertical farms that are up to 100 times more efficient than soil-based agriculture and are completely climate resilient. As part of the agriculture tech revolution, we see vertical farming promise to produce more food, a lot more food, with less resources, and ultimately decouple food production from environmental degradation. Also, vertical farming has the potential to provide food security in a world beset by climate shocks and economic downturns, and provide nutrition security by crashing supply chains and producing locally. In the next slide, I can talk to you about my belief. So I truly believe, and I'm convinced, vertical farming is a game changer. And we as an industry are at the very heart of the future of food. With the strong conviction, excellent research, the right amount of investment, and of course talent, and lastly, proper regulations, vertical farming has the ability to produce the entire spectrum needed for the human diet on the long run, from staples to the entire fruit and vegetable basket. Next slide, please. Important to say, we are all on a mission to feed people, but it's also an environmental mission. This summer, we published an impact vision paper, and I'm delighted that we have began working together as a collective to set standards and build the vertical farming industry for purpose. Please download if you haven't already and enjoy the read. Sads is also in the room. He's our Chief Impact Officer, and he would love to answer any questions you have on this paper. Now, the way I see it, vertical farming is bringing a new breed of purpose-led pioneers, but we can only achieve real change, credibility, and attention if we work together to shift our food systems and revolutionize the flawed food system. I truly believe in that. In the next slide, you can see that together we can address the big 4 impact areas: local production and urban farming, land use and biodiversity, which is a big one, water, which normally people underestimated, and of course, carbon and energy, which is the very big topic. Now, they in turn shape how we improve, innovate, and fulfill our ambitions and purpose. In the next slide, I put a summary. So coming together as an industry and collectively expressing our shared values in a joint identity and manifesto as we did is truly powerful. To my knowledge, I have never known an industry to do this before. As we push the boundaries of conventional thinking and practices, we are and we will continue to face the challenges. In the next slide, you can see some of the key areas where we can work together in order to overcome them and achieve our goals. The first one, raising our collective voice and ensuring that vertical farming is seen as one of the solutions to the many problems we face. The benefits of controlled environment agriculture and vertical farming should be reflected in governmental support measures such as financial incentives and tax relief, and deserve a place in governmental food strategies. Together, we can urge policymakers to recognize vertical farming as essential contributor to food security and climate resilience that does not compromise on climate and environmental protection. Second, significant financing and investment, of course, is needed, and government incentives, including tax, must change quickly to support our growth. Pushing for increasing access to renewable and low carbon energy sources, we need an even more science-driven approach and to embrace clean sources of low carbon energy such as nuclear energy. We are going to commit to global frameworks like science-based targets and B Corp. Now, beyond offsetting and carbon mitigation, rigorous measurements and transparency will be crucial to avoid misleading claims and greenwashing in our industry. Committing to setting science-based targets would be a significant step towards acknowledging and dealing with that topic. Lastly, regulation needs to evolve from new crop breeding techniques and organic regulation to reporting standards. For example, modifying frameworks such as science-based targets to make them fit for the next generation of solution in our food production. It's essential to keep in mind that right alongside the progress of our industry, vertical farming, we need to lead a step change and cultural awakening, if you like, across businesses, consumers, and governments alike. For that reason, we will be at COP27 in Egypt, where we will lead the efforts for the first ever food system pavilion to push these points and many others for our industry. So lots of work to be done here. In the last slide, I just want to say a few words. As a founder and CEO of a purpose-driven company, I have always been driving and advocating for the collective change of the current food system. I can say that we are at the tipping point of an agricultural revolution, facing a massive market demand and strong driving forces pushing for a change. If we join efforts and leverage each other's capabilities and advantages, we will play a crucial role in the future of humanity, creating a climate resilient, sustainable, new food system for people and planet. Thank you very much for your time.
Sonny? Thank you so much, Erez. That was great. I don't know if I'm switched on. Sonny, would you like to come up? Leo, Lambert, come up and join us. And I hope we've still got you, Erez. Can we be sure that he's still there? Yep, good, that's great, thank you. I'd just like to remind you to ask questions, and we'll do 1 or 2 polls. Please go to slido.com or slide.do, hashtag VFWC 2022. And that means that you can not only ask your own questions with name or anonymously, but you can also bump up questions that you want to be asked by voting for them as we go through the discussion. What I'd like to do is I would like to talk about 3 particular topics: profitability, sustainability, and communications, because they sort of seem to come out of the presentations. I always, by the way, have lots of questions of my own, but it's very important that if you've got questions, don't leave the session by thinking, oh, I should have asked that. You can do so by going to slido.com. I think we've got the Wi-Fi connection for the room on the back of the program. So if you need a Wi-Fi code, it's on the back page of the program down at the bottom left-hand corner. So profitability, I'm going to ask Erez first. Sometimes we're criticized as a here today, gone tomorrow group of businesses, not profitable. How do you answer that?
Thank you, Richard. So first of all, when you look on the profitability topic, this is probably one of the first things that you need to do as a vertical farming company, right? And the Robobank representative just talked about this. If you don't show and don't prove your unit cost and don't show a very clear road to profitability, it simply won't work. There is no path to profitability. There is no money to grow your farms. And this is where in-farm and our entire teams really focus in the early days. We choose modularity in order to do this. And you can say that each and every square meter of growing produced food at is connected to a contract. So we know as long as we harvest above 90-95% harvest performance, and we sell our produce in a very specific price, if we won't have that metrics, we won't hit our profitability metrics, and we won't be able to grow with our clients. So there is 2 components here. The harvest performance is very, very big one, and the price point of our products. Vertical farming has the ability to produce premium products. Therefore, the pricing could be above the mass market. There is a debate if we can sell above organic. I know that in the US, there is different strategies in terms of pricing. here in Europe, I can tell you that as long as you sell above market price, if it's 20 to 30% above, and you have the right harvest performance, which means the right farms and the right technology, you can achieve profitability. And now it's a game of scale, because we are modular in our essence. So we're also asking ourselves, where do we want to distribute our farms? Where we want to locate them? And here you're entering into another topic, which is everything around infrastructure and utilities. You want to make sure that the areas where you farm it, there is the right energy prices, the right rent, and so on and so forth, in order to achieve profitability on a growing center level, not just on the square meter of growing, but also on the entire facility. And here it's about scale. You need to ramp up, you need to work very hard in order to bring operational excellence, make sure that your produce is fresh, on the shelf, with long shelf life, and people are buying it in the prices that you offer, and then ramp up with those clients and achieve profitability on a company level. This is yet to be approved, I would say.
Thank you. Lambert, what's your advice?
Yeah, I agree that currently we are selling the produce from vertical farms at a premium price. When it's scaling up, and especially when in a certain region there are a lot of, let's say, indoor farming, etc., then it becomes a commodity. And there I think that's maybe one of the discussion points. When is the premium price? And that's why I ask you to stand up, etc. And when it's going away, and when it's becoming a commodity. And there is some tipping point that vertical farming is not just delivered to chefs, but also delivered to, let's say, the normal shelf of a supermarket year-round for people who have less disposable income. And especially, currently we're in a recession in Europe.
Are you right about that? I mean, I spent 10 years in the dairy industry selling milk, and you can have milks which sell for 3 or 4 times the price. I spent 20 years dealing with bottled water, and water, some people would say, is all the same, but you can have some which are 10 times the price of others. Surely we can find a premium in the differentiation of fresh produce.
Yeah, we usually compare it with the premium price of organic, for example, and there's approximately, let's say, a market of 15 to 20% of the market which you can ask for this premium price for organic. And then you come to a lot of consumers who are, let's say, not... how do you call that? Well, they don't sell or don't want to give this premium price for organic. So I think that's maybe the same with some parts of the cheese supply chain, some of meat, some of fresh produce. Everywhere you see the same. There's a group of people who wants really to pay that premium price, and that's of course the first focus group, I would say, for the indoor industry.
So are you saying that the answer for vertical farming is to find a premium and justify a premium?
Of course, justifying, always justify, because otherwise, well, you have to build trust with your consumer too, of course.
Okay.
But currently, with the current recession, we're really curious about if this premium of approximately, let's say, for organic, I compare it with organic, in the Nordics of approximately 30%, but in Italy and Spain of just 15%, holds. And there are some, well, let's say, there could be also some developments in the disposable income of people that they will change to the commodity again. So it's something you have to, let's say, you have to visualize for yourself in your business model.
Okay. Leo, are you disappointed by profitability in the industry, or are we getting there, or do you think they're doing a fantastic job?
They're all a bit together.
There's a bit of everything going on.
Yeah.
But it's very early stage, isn't it?
It is very early stage, absolutely. And I think it needs to prove how economic viable it is. And then you need to indeed see what is the cost price, for what can you sell it for what market is it, what product. And we are early stage. What I tried to indicate in my talk also is there's still a lot of room for improvement, but there's also need.
But is there one model that you appreciate best of all, or does every crop have a different model? Does every country and consumer market have a different model?
Not necessarily, but I think what you see at this stage, where everything is so initial, that there can be different models. There is not one fits all. Absolutely not. But I think what is important and what I also see often is that, well, maybe I myself look mainly at the production, at the plant size. But what I see also is everything needs to fit. It's the plant, it's the technology, but also do you know what market? So from Infight indicated, well, 99.5% we know already where it is sold. So that whole trajectory, I think, is important to have it connected.
So for both of you, it's work in progress, but with quite a long way to go.
It's work in progress.
Sonny,
yes.
what about your view?
Well, from my perspective, I think the critical part of it, and I think all three of the speakers spoke to it, and I kind of did too, is we got to demonstrate the value proposition.
Yep.
Absent that, it doesn't matter, and I think that's what Lambert's talking about as well. And the bottom line is that's one. So the producer, in quotes, is one part of it, and as Erez said and Leo said as well, and so did Lambert. You want to optimize everything there is so you can minimize the costs that you're going to be incurring in producing that unit of whatever it is that you're going to be producing. That's only one part of it for profitability. The other part of it is what we heard yesterday from Robert Bonney, the Undersecretary for U.S. Department of Agriculture, and Gijs Schildhuis for the European Commission. And they spoke to their particular perspectives. And as Erez said, and several of the others have spoken to as well, what the industry needs is clarity, not just clarity, but certainty when it comes to regulations and policies and things like that, right? Erez referred to this whole thing about organics, and then you've got various, tax incentives. Do you have tax incentives or not? All these need to kind of go hand in hand, and then Robert also talked about in the United States the situation, making available insurance, and making available loans and things like that as well. All of this needs to go hand in hand. And when you bring all that together, there's the producers doing their thing, the government is doing its thing, and then you got the consumer on the other side. And the consumer has demonstrated that value proposition. And that's what's going to get us to that idea of profitability.
Okay, well, let's take that point of the consumer and the value proposition and communication to the consumer, and how do we get the message across? Now, Lambert said we've obviously got to talk to the chefs and the hospitality and the customers. Is it just communications? Could we do it by some sort of generic industry approach? Is it always going to be by individual companies? Is it going to be by sampling? What is it? Is it going to be the quality? Is it the taste, nutrition? What's the best communication message, Lambert?
Yeah, maybe all of them, of course, but I would maybe emphasize the true value price of products, because then you get, let's say, the sustainability issues involved in your price. Because when we have outdoor production, for instance, with pesticides, there's no, let's say, tax on let's say, pollution, the water or whatever. So it's on both sides. It's not just encouraging with incentives, let's say, the indoor industry or the controlled environmental industry. It's also making, let's say, outdoor commodity produce, let's say, having the true value paid for it as a consumer. And that could be also a way to go.
Okay. I'm going to ask to put poll 2 up, and I'm not getting any questions from anybody, and it may be that I'm asking the questions you want to ask, but if you do have questions. Poll 1 was going to be about the advantages, and poll 2 is about obstacles, and what's the biggest obstacle facing vertical farming? Energy prices, supply chain disruption, affordability, awareness, sustainability concerns, or something else. And I'll leave that just going for a little while you get onto Slido and put in the hashtag, and then you have ability to vote on that, and the polls come up here. So I'm going to get Sonny to vote for that one. But Sonny, you also wanted to make a remark following Lambert.
Well, I wanted to, and this goes back to this idea of communications. I think this enterprise, like a lot of other enterprises, but this one particularly, is shrouded in a veil of secrecy. Nobody knows what's happening. In fact, Lambert brought this up exquisitely well. He did a quick impromptu poll. How many of us ate salad? A few, about 40%, as you said, Lambert stood up. And then he said, how many of you asked the waitress or waiter where that salad came from? Shame on us collectively. We did not ask that question, and we should have. And I think communications is not a one and done. It's a constant level of engagement. And then, getting in yesterday I was talking about this is a contact sport, right? That's what it is. Communications, this whole telling the story and things like that, is not a one and done, constantly being added. Newspapers, television, whatever media that you can, earned and unearned media that you can get. There are great opportunities to do this, not just once in a while. Oh yeah, somebody got some money from venture capitalists, Bezos put some millions of dollars into Plenty or whatever. Those stories in and of themselves are not, it goes only to the wealthy folks they're looking at, right? We want the masses to start understanding where the stuff is coming from. A lot of us don't know where our food comes from.
Erez, what's the best way of communicating for you? What do you find resonates most with consumers or customers? Or investors? I mean, how do you get the message out?
Yeah. So first of all, we started with putting the farms directly inside of the fruit and vegetable aisles in supermarkets, right? Which showcase or give a window to the future. And then people coming to shop in the store, they have to ask the question, what do I see in front of me? And then you can start and engage with them. So for us, it was very straightforward. Put a farm in front of them and start a discussion. And today we have a couple of thousands of those units inside of supermarkets, and just the word is out there. But if you look this is just to catch the eye and to start a discussion, and you have this engagement. And I agree, people are keen to understand where their food is coming from. And if they are not, they are finding it very interesting to understand where it's coming from, how it's produced, when it's been harvested, what is the practice behind. And then you can start and talk about the pesticides used and the land use and the benefits and so on and so forth. But the bottom line of communication, and I agree with one of the speakers, is it's around, in the end, the true value of your products. So our strategy, and I'm very transparent about this, and there is maybe a debate around this, is that we need to provide these premium products, more nutritional dense, more sustainable, fresher, and longer shelf life. Really hit all the marks, and we need to bring it in affordable prices. And for me, affordable prices, it's when the end consumer sitting or standing in front of our products, and he can compare, or she can compare, the $1 versus the 1.20, the 1.50. And for them, it's insignificant because the value that we created is much greater than this 20 to 50 cent or even $1 difference. And this is, I think, this is where it's becoming, then this is where people started to transition to that value, and they stop buying the things that have been exported and God knows where they're coming from and who produced them.
Can I just ask you, Erez, about in-store theatre, the visual evidence to the consumer that they're getting something fresher and brighter and better?
Yeah, of course. So first of all, it's not just a theater. Those farms are actually farms. It's a small IoT device producing up to 8,000 plants a year. And with 1 to 2 units, you can make the supermarket or the retail store self-sufficient in their herb category, right? There's high turnaround. And this is the smallest category in the supermarket, but you make a point with those units, right? You make the supermarket self-sufficient on the herbs. Then later on, of course, you build bigger growing facilities and you can distribute from those facilities working with the retailers and just bring more varieties and just expand the categories. If it's to leafy greens or if it's to mushrooms or strawberries and so on. But those in-store farm, what they create, I wouldn't say it's a theater, I would say it's more they create the halo effect inside of the fruit and vegetable department. So what we saw that it's not that people are just buying more fresh herbs or fresh salads and so on when Inform is present in the stores, but also the basket size is increasing. And this is due to the fact...
Do you have a measured uplift in sales from stores with internal vertical farms or with display cases?
Of course, we will never be able to grow with our retailers if we won't show the numbers, right? So what you need to show is that you're actually selling more than what they sold before, of course. So their business is to make more turnover on the square meter, the real estate one. This is their business, and you need to prove that point. But the other thing is that you want to show them all the upsides. So increasing the basket size, which is key metric for any retail, you want to show them that when you have fresher produce, people are buying more fresh meat, more fresh fish, more fresh pasta, and so on and so forth. And this is the true power of communication and the halo effect, or the in-farm effect, as we call it internally.
Okay. I've got loads of questions from people now, and I've got the biggest number of people wanting to ask this next question. I'm afraid it's errors again. How is Infarm overcoming the increase in energy prices in Europe?
So first of all, this is a real challenge. You can see here, I'm now in the UK. The prices increased to 40 cents per kilowatt. In Germany, it's increased as well. So there is a real challenge. I can tell you that if we continue to grow the herbs category, the impact is insignificant because of the amount and the turnover that we can create with each and every farm. So the increase is insignificant. So we can bury that cost. And retailers, they are, I don't know how it's in the other places in the world, like in North America, which we are not there in full capacity. But in the countries that we work at, the retailers won't increase the prices. So therefore, we are just looking inside, and we took the brutal efficiency strategy and trying to optimize if it's on the logistics, if it's on the energy, if it's on the HVAC, if it's on growing recipes, light, etc. So we're putting a lot of work on this. Plus, we have our artificial intelligence sitting on each and every farm, and we already managed to, if it's just the irrigation system or the way we distribute the air, we managed to save over there and overcome the challenge. So it's just by looking inside. In the future, you will see that we're going to also put a lot of resources and invest a lot in renewable energy concept, putting solar and wind turbine on in each and every facility. We're going to enhance everything related to the energy concept of the facility itself, of the infrastructure. And lastly, we're also going to look on breeding techniques, on how to help to create the photosynthesis activities with less energy. But this is on the seed level. This will take a bit more time, but that's the work that we do currently.
Let's see how many, thank you. Let's see how many people have voted on the poll, and let's see what the conclusion there is. So the biggest obstacle, well, that was the previous question, is energy prices. Second is affordability, and then awareness. One or two people have other sustainability. So sustainability concerns are not the biggest thing, and yet, Sonny, you said that life cycle analysis, shame on you.
I did. And then I think really, you know, going back to what Erez just referred to as well, and Leo did, and Lambert did too. I mean, we got to look at the entire value chain of things that are going on, and we need to be able to demonstrate what is that value proposition. You know, yesterday as well, several people talked about how when we did the tour, for example, and there is a value in not using pesticides in the situation that you're in. There's a value to not using water, excessive amounts of water or soil or whatever else there is as well. And that needs to be part of the narrative as well. And so that's what I'm referring to. You know, so having data like that, life cycle analysis, from start to finish, cradle to grave, is critically important, because then we can talk about the energy use that we've got, and you can compare, you know, apples to apples, and from system to system, from location to location as well.
So Leo, we've got a couple of questions here. One on the general sustainability of vertical farming, what potential for improvement do the speakers see here? Second, in terms of environmental impact, how does vertical farming compare to organic soil agriculture? So, you know, what's your view on sustainability and what we can do about it and how we compare?
I think vertical farming, on most sustainability criteria, it performs very well, much better than other systems. If it is about water use, fertilizer use, and emission of nitrates or phosphates, much better than organic. Land use, very good. Biodiversity, I get often a question, yeah, if we use less land, we can give back the land to nature. Yeah, we can also build cities on it, but it's a political choice. If we give it back to nature, then it contributes to biodiversity. So all those criteria, very good. Sustainability with respect to energy, that's a bottleneck. And then we can easily say,
how bad is it? Is it 2 to 1, 3 to 1, or just 20% worse? Or
a huge difference.
Okay. And can that be overcome by renewables and other things?
Yeah, so let's say energy use is large, so strictly speaking, you can overcome it
by renewables, by solar and wind, or wherever you are in the world, some places you can have. Is that my microphone?
I don't know who it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, we have to realize that we need really a lot of solar panels. So it is a lot. So yes, we can do this with renewable, but we need a lot. So there's, and that is why I say, well, the most important thing is reduce the energy use, reduce that substantially, and then use renewable ones. And I also would like to come back to what I heard this morning many times already, which is very good. So I like what you say, the LCA and the true price and everything. That is what was really needed. I also mentioned we are a sector in its initial stages. And what I miss is transparency, sharing data.
Yep.
And Lambert made that point as well.
Yeah, it has made already, I think Lambert mentioned it, I think Sonny mentioned it also, and I really think that this is important. For your LCA, we're also working on it, and then we try to get data from companies.
Yeah.
It is extremely difficult, and then we get data, and then we look at it critically, and we think this is impossible.
So you're saying that, I mean, I think that companies feel it's a risk to reveal things at such an early stage, at such a developmental stage, and you're saying the risk is actually greater if they don't.
Yes, and I think we need to cooperate because you can compete as vertical companies among each other. I don't think you need to compete among each other. You need to compete. The world is open. There's a lot to do, but then you should work together because then you can do better, and then you can do better than organic or conventional farming.
Yeah, I think LCA is a pre-competitive kind of working together.
That's right.
And
that was Sonny's point, life cycle
that's
analysis.
Sonny's point.
Yeah.
And for instance, your competitors, maybe the Dutch greenhouse industry, is developing an LCA for the greenhouse industry. So you should really, this let's say indoor farming, vertical farming, just how you define it, should also work on this LCA.
Okay, we're running out of time. Erez, is there anything else you want to get across to us? I know you're coming on later on this morning, so that's great. Is there anything in this session that you feel we haven't emphasized enough or we've missed out on?
No, I just want to echo on the carbon and the energy side of things, which is one of the, if there is the big four, this one will need a lot of attention in the next couple of years. And again, if we set net zero science-based targets, and we will in order, of course, to meet our goals, we can collect high-quality data and applying credible carbon accounting standards. Then we have the data we can monitor and report, and transparency is key. So then we can all come together and solve that topic. We can't hide the fact that we are growing with light, but the value of that is greater.
Very quick question to you, Erez. Are you setting up your own farms, or are you sharing technology for others to grow? Are you doing it all yourself, or are you franchising out?
So at the moment, we're doing it everything ourselves, but I can tell you that we are looking on the options of license, franchise, and support others. And we believe in the building and helping the ecosystem. We collected more than 100 billion data points. So our thinking here is, why not to share our know-how, our knowledge, our playbooks with others, so we can all farm together and feed the world together. That's the only option.
Thank you. Last words to you, Lambert.
Yeah, maybe on energy. As we see now in the greenhouse sector, those companies who have multiple, let's say, possibilities to get access to different energy sources, they are viable, or they are, let's say, they have a future. So just putting all your, let's say, cards on solar panels with resources which you have to get in China might be a risk too.
Yep. Okay. Leo?
I fully agree on that. Diversity of options is important. Yeah.
Thank you. Sonny?
Yeah, well, go back to this idea of sharing is really important, transparency, and I use the term collaborate. And I think that's really critically important for this industry as well. But absent that, I mean, you're competing against the rest of the world, as Lambert said. You're not competing against each other. I mean, it really is short-sighted to think of along those lines. So collaboration is critically important.
There's one thing, while I've got you, Leo, that I wanted also to ask was, is vertically farmed food more nutritious?
It can absolutely be more nutritious. We have shown in the research how much we can improve it. But it depends on the growth conditions. So I can also grow a very poor thing. So I cannot say in general that it is better, but you have...
It can be better.
It can be better. It's a choice of the grower, I would say. And I would say if you are a vertical farm, you have to choose for that. You have this opportunity, and then it can absolutely be better.
It seems we can be better in every way. I'm going to thank very much our panel. Thank you, Erez. Thank you, Lambert. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Sunny. I'd like you to ask you to leave the stage with a round of applause because we've got one more speaker before the break. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And so we have our platinum sponsor, David Farker, who's Chief Executive Officer of IGS Limited, and he's just going to talk quickly about the 3 E's of vertical farming success. David.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thanks for organizing this event. Great to see so many people coming together. Briefly before you all get to your tea and coffee, am I pressing the big green button? Okay. So what do we mean by the 3 E's of vertical farming success? We have to get back to some real fundamentals here. If you cannot grow great produce, don't bother planting the seed. That's the most fundamental thing. If you can't make money, don't bother planting the seed. And if you're going to kill the planet in the process, don't plant the seed. So we need to get over these things, and we need to grow up as an industry. So let's talk a little bit about what we mean by excellent produce. IGS is an infrastructure company. We do not grow crops for commercial sale. We grow them in our crop research center for machine engineering and crop research purposes, but never for commercial sale. So we support farmers worldwide. What we have built is not a customized project. We have built a product. It comes in a box. You can have 6, 9, or 12-meter high towers, but apart from that, this is Henry Ford territory. Any color you like, as long as it's black. So that means that we've taken out almost all of the risk of farming, and you can produce high-quality produce profitably wherever you are on the planet. Here you can see 2 of our growth towers. They're 9-meter high ones with a footprint of 42 square meters. You can then order 2 more and 20 more. So our smallest farm is 2 towers that we've deployed so far, and the biggest order we have is for 140 on a single site. That will be visible from space. So it can go to industrial scale. It's modular, meaning that each one of the towers is an independent farm and can be turned on and off for maintenance and other purposes, and it's highly agile. We can grow 200 different things now inside this machine, as I will show you, and you can grow 50 things in a single one of these towers. So how do we do that? What we make is 3-dimensional weather: the sun, the wind, and the rain, and we do that with our 3 fundamental systems: illumination, ventilation, and fertigation. The ventilation is both foreground and background. Each one of those 3 dimensions of weather has about 8 to 10 significant factors that impact the growth of the plants and the quality. And then you discover that each one of those factors has an almost infinite number of possible values. The easiest one to think about is spectrum of light. I think Leo was talking earlier about the importance of light. The sun is not white, so we're all growing under white lights. The sun is not white. The sun changes its color every minute of the day. It is different in every climate around the world, and it is different every week of the year. That is what the biochemistry of the crops is designed to respond to. So therefore, we must be able to do that and deliver that. And unless you have the ability to control the light and optimize the photons in that particular way, you're never going to be able to be super efficient. So what we've now been able to do is to grow about 100 different things full cycle. So some of the times, our farmers will grow seed to harvest inside, but that's not the only way that they work. And we've gone into roots and fruits now, as well as the leafy greens that everybody expects. The flowers our customers are growing are things like lilies for the perfume industry down in Provence, edible flowers, flowers for the pharmaceutical industry. So we can grow way beyond even the food industry. So we know that we can grow fantastic quality produce. Roughly 50% of the things we have grown now are profitable. The rest will become profitable. So what we have discovered is the pattern of behavior, if we're all honest and share the data, is that you first of all learn how to grow something. You grow it for an end purpose, whether you're hardening it off to plant in a field or a greenhouse or to extend the shelf life. And then, probably with a third iteration, which will happen within about 6 months, you then work on the economics and get it profitable. So that is a cycle that we have learned over the last 9 years to work with. So when we think about these 3 E's and we think about economic viability, the 3 E's are intersected. They are inextricably linked to one another as you operate one of these farms. What we're trying to do is drive up efficiency, both economic and environmental efficiency, and we're trying to drive down costs, and we're trying to drive down waste. That is what leads eventually to profit. What we mean by productivity is yield, consistency, and quality. Emissions is just one placeholder for all the other environmental benefits that we need to have. And quality can be anything from cookability to appearance to nutrition and so on. So therefore, we must be like other industries that have grown up and become driven by data, such as the automotive industry. We too must be driven by data, and we must be willing to publish this data, which we are starting to do through our research partners. So there's a number of different metrics and a number of different ways that we can pull bits of data together to achieve a profit per kilogram of crop that we grow. And that has got to be the end goal for our farmers. So going back to the light thing, we have a fundamental patent that uses electricity in a completely different way. This is a global patent for any building of any type anywhere. So rather than all the LEDs you've ever seen, which are driven by a single sine wave, so single phase electricity, which is on at the top, on at the bottom, and off in the middle, the reason that crops get stressed is that that light is going on and off 50 times a second. What we do is we use low voltage electricity. It's safe to touch. We run it on aluminium buzz bars. I can run it through a bath of water and it will be fine. We then skim a DC wave off the top and convert it to about 65 DC. And that green wave on the top is going nowhere near zero. So our light is on the whole time unless you choose to dim it, pulse it, or go for photon optimization. The lights we use are 5 colors: white, infrared, red, green, and blue. And we have the green off most of the time unless we want to do something particular to stress the crop and have a particular kind of outcome. So this is absolutely fundamental to the degree of control that we want to have. And so the other big thing, as well as getting the energy usage down and the photo optimization up, is keeping the humans out. Humans bring in pests and diseases, and they make mistakes. We have got growth recipes up in the cloud that don't make mistakes. And so therefore, we can cut out the second biggest cost after energy by only ever having humans in one of our towers for maintenance purposes. Again, absolutely fundamental. And the system that we have runs about 500 automated warehouses around the world for a major company. So the other thing that we can do with our customers is operate with real farmers in a hybrid way, growing early stage plants for both the broadacre field and for greenhouses. And the big successes we've had here include 12 species of tree, 8 species of seed potato, some brassicas, some vine fruits, and some soft fruits. And so working with real farmers is a major, major economic benefit. The potatoes, instead of taking 18 months, including 6 months of cold storage, we grow them in 75 days, no cold storage. That takes the potato industry from 2 harvests every 3 years to 4 harvests per annum. It's a game changer. In terms of trees, instead of costing about 9 to 10 pence for a 7.5 centimeter plant, we grow it in 2/3 of the time for something like 6 to 7 euro cents. So it's 2/3 cheaper and 2/3 faster. Those chilies have been growing for 3 years. They continuously fruit and flour, and we can harvest them every 2 to 3 weeks. And we've figured out a recipe of light that stops the bush growing. It just keeps producing fruit. So we stumbled across all of these amazing things, loads and loads of benefits to our customers. When we start to think about the last E, the environment, there's a number of different things that this system can do to improve the performance of agriculture globally. Let me just here pick out water. So the amount of water we require is anything from 80 to 250 times less than a broadacre field, and roughly 25 times less than the best greenhouses, depending upon the crop that we're growing. And there's a bunch of other things that we can do to it, things like take out all the pesticides, which means we don't have to wash the crop, which means we can double the shelf life, and so on. So there's loads and loads of environmental benefits that can be delivered by growing in this particular way. One of the last ones I'm going to highlight is land use. So we, about 2 years ago, were growing 25 kilograms of full head lettuce in one of our 9-meter high towers. In the last 2 years, we've gotten that up to 55 tons. So that means that we can grow the same in a 42 square meter footprint tower as 10 hectares of land. It's an absolutely massive saving, and we were working with the WWF to look at how that could support wildland recovery and so on. So very, very exciting. What this has led us to be able to do under the lockdown with coronavirus and all that is we've gone from 25 people to just over 200. We've raised $60 million, which is all the money that we need to deliver on our global rollout. And we've gone from 0 sales, made our first sale in Q3 of 2020. We've now just hit a little over 150 million euros worth of sales. So we are now deploying 250 of our towers. We have 17 live at the moment. There will be about 25 live by the end of the year on 3 continents. And the pins in the map here you can see are where we are contracted to deliver these 250 towers across the planet. So very, very exciting time for our industry, for IGS. And again, Richard, thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Well, that really is moving, David. Thank you very much indeed. We break now. Please do go and visit the exhibitors, including IGS, in the library area. And please be back at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, that's fine. Cool.
I can't. I think you're on mute.
So you're just here, I hope you won't mind this, and then it's just green forward.
Okay. Okay. So it's green forward.
Yep.
Okay.
You
And
can
going
test if
back,
you like.
right
Yes,
there.
that one there.
Okay. Perfect.
Brilliant. Have you got
Cannot
a good
make
enough
me
view, or
see.
would you like us to move the tables along?
No, no.
You can see
I can
okay?
see. I can see. No problem.
Excellent.
From here. No, it's okay. I can see.
Fantastic.
Yes. Perfect.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for being
So if you'd like to take your seats, that would be kind. It's always a good sign when there's too much noise and it's impossible to make it subside, but thank you. So, we now have a quick sponsor presentation from Rack to Fork. And it's going to be presented by Dr. Enrico Gribaudo, who's Chief Executive Officer of Turati, and Tecnoceam from Italy. Enrico.
Thank you very much. I will start the presentation, and my name is Enrico Ribaudo. I'm the CEO of Turati Tecnoceam. We are the world leader for the fresh cut, ready-to-eat product, especially for lift, and we are based out of Italy. And if I can use how many of the people they just eat salad yesterday? How many they enjoy? Just raise your hand. Okay. They are coming from our machine. That's if someone didn't enjoy, they're not from our machine. So, just to give you an idea, in this 10 minutes presentation, in the world there will be around 17,000 kilos of leaf that will be produced through our system. So that's to give you the size of the market that we serve and our market share in this industry. We are 120 people, 35 million euro turnover, and as I said, we are the world leader for the lift, with the 350 spin dryers or 130 dry cooling tunnels. So the idea for vertical farming is one of the emerging markets for us that we are following, and we are serving in Europe and in North America. And there is a need for dedicated technology for this segment. And we came in the game when after the production, from the harvesting, all the way before arriving to the tray seal or bag, whatever is the final packaging. So to arrive to the consumer. And our mission is to preserve what of the good quality products being produced before with your technology. If you look at the process, there is a lot of technology out there, and we have a portfolio of solutions that can be applied all the way before the packaging from the harvester. So we're starting from the harvester, and then whatever is technologies need or don't need the washing, we need or don't need the drying, and we have a cooling tunnel, and we have a sanification tunnel. All these technologies being applied already to the vertical farming. So our solution that we want to talk is again in the way to improve the quality of the product, improve the economics of the product, and improve the environmental of the product. And how we do this? Like in the harvester, we try to reduce as much as we can the number of people needed, and as well the waste of the product, because it's a high quality product and we need to preserve it. As well for the conveyor, we talked before, I heard in the presentation, there is an hygienic design that needs to be applied. We need to avoid the human to be in contact with the product before it goes to the consumer. And this is very important that is being done by a specialist that they know what to do in hygienic design. As again, the washing system is very important to reduce the water needed in case it's needed in the phase on the process. Then we have the treatment tunnels that we can drying, cooling the tunnels, sanification tunnels, all technology integration if you need to have a sorting or inline processes. And all these will be integrated with the IoT technology. Quickly, for the harvester, so again, there is two concepts for sustainability. The one is that the machine we need to produce has to be heavy duty. So we need to also make our part for the sustainability is to make a system that will last for 10, 15, or 20 years. In the environmental, where we will have a lot of sanification for the hygienic purpose. We need to reduce the possible contamination because there is some media comes with the product to avoid it is separate. And we need to reduce the loss of the product. That's very important. Same for the conveyor. So what we need to do is to preserve the quality or the high quality product that we receive from the vertical farming. And we need to make it customized to the farms. And we need to reduce the spillage of the product. And we need to make ready also for for instance, CIP for washing the system automatically. Washing system, when it's needed, has to be gentle. And we need to use as a lower possible content of water. So we need to reduce the water usage. Treatment tunnels, what we need to bring the treatment tunnel is two questions. To reduce the humidity, that comes after the harvesting, where we start to have the shelf life of the product. After we harvest the leaf, then we start to have the counter for the shelf life. And with our treatment tunnel, we enlarge this shelf life to bring to the consumer a better product, and it will be more crunchy and crispy product because we immediately reduce the temperature of the product inside. And this technology has the beauty to have 100% yield, so no waste and no damage for the product. That is very important. That all the quality has been from the harvesting. We enlarge the shelf life, and we keep them up to the consumer table. Sanification tunnels, if it's needed, we can make with a wide range of solution available that we already use, like UV, hydrogenic peroxide, mist, etc., etc. We can develop, if it's needed, for the different product, sanification tunnels that will reduce the chemical use at the minimum level needed, if needed. If it's not needed, it can be used as a conveyor, an integrated line, very flexible. So some of our customers, they use to have this flexibility because in the vertical farming, you can produce a variety of different products with a different process. And flexibility is very important when you automatize. And very important, we need to have it easy to clean because all the safety and hygienic comes for the possibility to clean all your technology in an easy way, in a sustainable way. When we talk about economics, we need to have the technology help, so the engineer help for the food production. So we have the engineering part to customize your line for batch production, inline production, that basically will minimize your cost of the operation and increase the economics of the vertical farmings. And as well, you can see in the two lines that we show as a study that are typical application for us, we reduce the number of people in contact with the product. That is the vehicle for bringing some bacteria, whatever is possible, to the product. So that is typical, that is already in the industry that you use in the food industry, let's say. So this is very important to preserve whatever of good has been produced before, all the way to the table of the consumer. And the last but not least, we need a lot of data to integrate and manage a multiple site, and that's the IoT that will help you with the traceability of the product all the way to the consumer table. And we storage this data, we can recall and make analysis and improve your process day after day. And as well, this will allow you to have a full automation and IoT control online from remote, from a different site. The same things for the maintenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enrico. A man with a lot of answers. Now, we're going to be a little bit improvisory in the next section. I'm going to ask Suds and Tish and Roger and James to come up to the stage, please. That would be kind, because we're going to do a signing ceremony. I'm then going to invite all the other companies that are signing, but I'll explain why. So if you would like to start sitting and standing and signing the two documents, that would be great. If you sign above your company logo. And I'm going to invite Suds from InFarm to explain what's going on.
Thank you, Richard. I don't know if you can
So this is improvisory. So yeah, thanks for that, Richard. Okay, so, well, hi everyone. So the reason that we're coming together, as the industry, as the vertical farming industry, under the watchful eye of Richard, I might add, to craft this identity and manifesto is to, one, help define the industry, to help define who we are, what we stand for, what are our business and sustainability, what is our business and sustainability proposition, and what are we doing to create a more sustainable farming future. This identity and manifesto that we're signing right here helps us to define in one voice and communicate to stakeholders, governments, consumers as to who we are and what we stand for. Now, rarely has this happened so early in the life cycle of an industry, and therefore I'm really, really pleased that we've gotten to where we have, and I applaud everybody who's in the room and everybody who's involved and everyone who's signing. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Well, you need to sign, Suds. That'd be great. And I want to get a photo with the four of you doing that. We have actually got 23 companies already signed up to this. I'm going to read out the manifesto so that you understand the significance of this. And I apologize to any of you that haven't already been involved in the process. Essentially, what I did was I started with the people who I thought were the leading companies in the world, and then I invited the speakers who were operators for this Congress. So Tish and Suds, would you like to sit down for a photograph? And then if the other two of you stand behind, that would be great. And if you want to take a photograph just of the four, and then we will gather up all the other companies. Okay, so we'll just make sure we get a photograph. I think all this is being live streamed. It will also, we need some photographs for a press release. There's a press release going out at 12 o'clock. We will do, so stay on stage, and then all the other companies that have already signed up to them, and I'll just read out the names. We've got 80 Acres, Aero Farms, Bowery, Crop One, Cubic Farm, Elevate, Fifth Season, Fisher Farms, Freight Farms, Infarm, Infinite Acres, Jones Food Co., Calera, Luzgarda, La Grangette, Anything, Plenty, Stack Farm, Urban Crop Solutions, Urban Harvest, Vertical Future, Yes Health Group, and ZipGrow. And Jungle also promised to sign yesterday, so that's 24. All of you who are going to sign, please come up and sign. We've got your logos on a sheet here, so come up and we'll just have a big group photograph. And so Tish and Suds, if you get up from the chair now and you sign, all sign, and then there's 2 documents to sign, and I'm going, while they're doing that, Gilles, if you just sign in the space below, so you'll have to sign 2 documents each, and while there's this great motion going on, I'm going to read out the manifesto. The identity is a bit of a longer document, but the manifesto is, we are vertical farming. We are farming 4.0, with food and technology, people and planet at our core. We are the intersection of agriculture, data science, engineering, and sustainability. Our mission is to transform food systems for the benefit of people and the planet, and contribute a solution to the deepening environmental crisis exacerbated by traditional agriculture. We are committed to decoupling ecosystem destruction from food production through technological means. We collaborate with the traditional agricultural community to enhance current farming practices and help increase production, to feed a rapidly growing population in an increasingly unstable climate with less resources. We recognize the climate crisis and are taking action to ensure that food production still thrives. We therefore grow closer to where people live and use far less water, land, and miles to grow and deliver it, more than 90% less than conventional farming, to safeguard our ecosystems and to protect humanity. We recreate sunlight to grow and recognize this energy and carbon challenge. We drive the renewable and green energy transition. We are committed to aligning with globally accepted impact frameworks such as the Science Based Targets Initiative, B Corporation status, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We understand plants and their growth, listening, watching, and learning through their lives. improving quality, shelf lives, nutrition, flavor, freshness, and resource use. We provide pesticide-free produce while eliminating dangerous runoff and soil degradation. We are closed, minimum waste systems that nourish people and the planet. We create the environment we produce in, whatever the weather or season. We innovate and improve every day using AI, data, and science to grow even smarter, producing more crops in quality, volume, and variety. We measure and adapt our impact and are committed to transparency. We produce more with less. We are vertical farming. Congratulations to all of you for this initiative. Now, how far are we getting down the signing? Have we got more to do? So we've still got a few more to do, have we? Just a few. What I'd like is a bunched up photograph of you, not all in one line. So have all of you signed? Yes. Okay, so can you all bunch up in a photograph? Come forward. Tisha and Roger, would you like to sit down? And then, great, and come this way, come this way.
There's somebody here from Urban Crop. Huh?
And what we'll do is, this is a document that can be updated and to which you can also sign. So if you would like to know more about it, you'll see hopefully lots on social media now and lots on the websites of all these companies. And if you would like to join and sign, we will make that arrangement. Just leave your details at the registration desk. And there's a smiley face in this room that I want to acknowledge. And it's you, Madeline. Stand up, please. Because she's done all the background work on this. Well done, thank you very much. Now, this is a statement of intent. It's an important document because this industry means to go places and it needs to get its message across. So, thank you. Well done. Good luck to you. Right, so the panelists, please stay on stage, and then thank you all very much. That's the end of this little big signing ceremony. Thank you very much. So Roger and Tisha, if you'd like to go there, and James, if you join me on the panel, then we go on to the next stage.
Yeah.
So let's move the chairs back a bit. So, right, okay, great. Roger, you're okay? So, Francesca, is the technology working for the two who are joining us? Yep. Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to just get some water and then do some introductions. Would you like some water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it's sparkling.
Thank you very much.
Keep it fancy.
Right. So we now move on to the industry leadership session. And we have 5 panelists who I will introduce in turn, inviting them to make 2 or 3 minutes of introductory remarks, summarizing their business and highlighting 2 or 3 key issues or priorities for discussion. Unfortunately, David Rosenberg from AeroFarms could not be with us at the last moment, but we are joined by, in the middle, Roger Bulow, who's been at AeroFarms in the United States for 8 years and is their Chief Technology Officer. Let's start with Roger. Roger.
So thank you for having me here today, and thanks for the sponsors for setting up this program. I'm here representing AeroFarms. At AeroFarms, we believe that the future for food security, nutrition security, like Sunny said, comes through technology. And we think that vertical farming and CEA is an important part of that. So at AeroFarms, we've been focused on leafy green innovation and developing vertical farms that can grow microgreens and leafy greens in any environment around the world. We've talked publicly plenty about our North America work and our work in the MENA region. We think that those are 2 key markets. We also have got a vision for the future. So we've talked about soft fruits, strawberries and blueberries. We think that that's an important part of where we can make an impact in this industry. And as we go forward to talk about challenges and I think more about opportunities than the challenges, I think that collaboration is going to be the name of the game. And I think it's a theme of this conference. I think that we'll hear later from like the PIP consortium in particular. I think there's plenty of space for us to cooperate here as we are creating this new industry.
Okay, so second, I'm going to just say, Francesca, let's just eliminate the questions on the screen as they're from the previous session. I hope we don't lose them all together because there were some useful ones we'd like to come back to, but we'll get rid of those. So secondly, we have the Chief Finance Officer of Bowery Farming in the United States. He comes from the financial services sector and has raised more than, can you believe it, $30 billion as a managing director at Goldman Sachs. Darren Thompson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. It wasn't actually a direct path from investment banking to the vertical farming space. I had a very long stopover in renewable energy space, which is ran a couple different renewable energy business, which was actually my segue into vertical farming. And there's lots of commonality, obviously, between sort of resource efficiency, capital intensity, et cetera, of the renewable energy industry. It kind of shares that with the vertical farming space.
Thank you. Third, we have the founder of Jones Food Co. in 2016, and he's been building and growing rapidly as its chief executive officer. He also has some very striking predictions for vertical farming. James Lloyd Jones.
Thanks everyone for having me. Yeah, I've come to vertical farming slightly differently, a bit like Darren from a renewable energy background, property and renewable energy. Thinking, right, if we can get these warehouses earning more money, that was where we came from, with a view of using renewables from the very start, effectively, so that this energy crisis that we're seeing now, we were hoping to ensure that the technology that we were building was going to always be robust. So at Jones, we've always looked at building very robust plant factories, so just massive great halls, growing plants, slightly differently. We've always wanted to grow a premium product, but at a price everyone can afford, and that was always the drive over the last 4 years of in building something that can do effectively one thing really well, and then get it out to market at a price that retailers are happy to white label.
Thank you, James. Fourth, we have the co-founder and president of 80 Acres Farms in the United States and the chief executive officer of Infinite Acres based in the Netherlands. She previously ran 11 manufacturing plants with over 3,000 employees at Advanced Pierre Foods, and she's vice chair also of Farm Tech Society. Tish Livingston.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for having me. 30 years in the food industry, thinking about supply chain, thinking about how to get food from factories, from facilities to people's table. That's kind of my background. At 80 Acres Farms, we are passionate about servicing our consumers and delighting them with produce that's healthy, nutritious, and reliable, that lasts longer and they're on shelf and tastes great, pesticide-free. Some of the things that I think as a company we're striving toward, and I think our industry needs to drive toward, is profitability. We have had the benefit of a wave of a great story that tells us about the industry and the impact that we can have. But in order for us to really be a viable industry, we have to drive toward unit economics and we have to drive toward profitability. So thinking about how we can collaborate, how we can think about best practices, and being able to work together to uplift the industry through standardization, and reporting, as well as the SBTI targets that everyone has just committed to, being able to really kind of push that forward. What you standardize, what you measure, what you can improve.
Thank you. And finally, we come back to Chief Executive Officer of the Infarm, Erez Galonska. Welcome back, Erez. Thank you for joining this panel as well. It's very important to have you. Erez, anything else you want to add in sort of framing this discussion? But first of all, a round of applause to you for joining us. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Pleasure. Thank you for having me. Maybe just a short intro. I know that you know now a bit more about InFarm, but maybe just few words about myself and how I entered into that journey. Maybe you'll find it interesting. So, as you said, originally I'm coming from Israel. I actually grow my own food in different communities around the world. So I had practices traditional agriculture, from everything from fruit and vegetables to staple crops. And I found this journey quite exciting. So when you grow your own food, and the reason I used to grow my own food, it was from a health reason. I wanted to have a grip on what I'm putting inside of my body. So it's coming from a nutritional perspective. And when we thought about InFarm with Osnat and Guy, my co-founders, we wanted to bring this magic of growing to everyone. And this is what we are focusing on. And I'm super excited to collaborate with the best companies out there from the industry and other food lovers in order to actually create a new food system. So very excited to be here and start to collaborate.
Thank you. I guess that I have to respond before anything else to the theme that came through the earlier session and what you've said here this morning: collaboration, best practice, standardization. Tisha, what's the most important thing to do to achieve that?
So I think the first thing we have to do is we have to decide on common metrics and what we're going to measure as an industry. And I don't want to steal my own thunder
metrics is coming later.
But it is all about us defining things and measuring things the same way. And then when you think about best practice, there's a lot of pre-competitive work that we can do together to think about what our food safety coalition, thinking about engineering for food safety and design, thinking about equipment manufacturing, yields, working with the seed companies and the breeders to be able to really focus on genetics for indoors. A lot of those things we can pretend like we want to have them all exclusively, but in fact, for everyone to be able to make money in the industry, for everyone to want to invest in the industry, we're going to have to share a lot of that.
Is it productivity? Is it sustainability? Is it economics?
So I think that productivity and sustainability go hand in hand. If you think about productivity and productivity programs, it's all about elimination of waste. When you think about sustainability, it's about elimination of waste and conserving the natural resources we have. So I don't think it has to be an either or. I think it's an inclusive thing.
Darren, what about your thoughts on that? As a finance man, presumably you want accountability.
I do, and I think it's just a slightly different tact. I do agree with you. There's commonality in how we measure things and how we report things is important. I think this is an industry really in its nascency, and what we want to do is make sure that we can attract capital to the industry, but at the same time, I don't think we want to become so uniform in our approaches to where we stifle innovation. And I think about this as an industry, that has 20, 30 years plus worth of steep innovation curve associated with it. And I think it's really important that we continue to, frankly, have different approaches to some of this, because I think the ultimate solution or the penultimate solution here hasn't necessarily been arrived at by any of the players on the playing field right now. So I make sure that stays a part of the mix. The second thing I would say, which is a slight twist on the previous panelist, I think that the science-based targets are really, really important. But I also think the comparison versus traditional agriculture, which doesn't measure itself based on science-based targets uniformly, is really, really critical here. And I actually think as we look forward the next 3 to 5 years, the greater challenge for us as indoor vertical farming companies is going to be that comparison that we need to make. And so while I appreciate that the gold standard here is the science-based targets and targets, I think that making sure that we're absolutely clear about the comparisons that we need to make against traditional agriculture in the kind of here and now is very important, because I actually think that's what's going to drive a lot of the policy initiatives, which I think are important to supporting this industry. And we get to, I know we're going to circle back and talk about how the government can help, but I think some of those comparisons in the here and now are also critical.
James, are you on that same sheet?
Slightly different. I think we need to have benchmarking, but as after a discussion yesterday, it's, if you go down my personal want for benchmarking at the moment, because energy being the sort of the big problem in the room, is to go for kilowatt hours to kilograms, because then you can just benchmark whatever system. So it doesn't stifle innovation. It actually, I would say, it really pushes innovation on, because you could say, my system does X, your system does Y, your system does Z, but and then Tish's system, if hers is the worst or mine's the worst at the time, we will then strive to go, okay, what is best practice then to bring that kilowatt to kilogram down? So it's a very simple look, and then it also opens up, because this is not for consumers, this is for industry to begin with, and then it's for the finance boys, because then what it does is actually opens up an industry that will need, cash is oxygen to get this going. You'll be able to go to any investor or institution and go, look, okay, we know that system does that sort of kilowatts, kilograms, and we know, and of course it's different per range, so a cabbage to some leaf, but it will really help standardization, then we can build from that.
We can't do both. We can have some management KPIs, but we can also have some society answering broader, externally validated assessments, and I think that society is going to ask things of us which we've got to anticipate and answer, and I don't know what the answer is, but we've got to realize that if we don't answer it, we won't have the favorable reception, whatever we do on a narrow base. I mean, a key indicator could be a great way, but is it enough?
It's a start. And if you put, that's, everyone in society goes vertical farming or uses a lot of energy. So why don't you start with the easiest argument to try and, cross off? And so if you're KPIing energy, yep, or measuring it, the next thing's water. We all talk about water being 95% recycled. Some say 99, some say 99. Let's be fair. Go on power and everything else can go from there.
Okay. Erez, broader collaboration or
by the way,
specific...
by the way,
Darren, go on.
We've done the calculation, and 99% more efficient than outdoor ag, it means you're creating matter. It actually, I think we have to stay away from the hyperbolic statements, because I think they're actually creating a trap for our industry. And I do think, to support the points that were made earlier, I do think we need to rigorously measure things like water consumption fairly against the field, and stay away from the statements that may be eye-catchy, but ultimately end up being traps for our industry.
So we're not a mature industry, but we should act more maturely.
I do believe that, and I think we sometimes get ahead of ourselves with the rhetoric we put out there, and that ends up being a trap for our industry, because when we ultimately do have to measure and report on some of this stuff, I think some of the statements that have been made are going to be really challenging for our industry. So I do agree that we need to advance the reporting and create more rigor around what we measure and how we report it. But we also need to make sure that what we're saying publicly is consistent with what we can live up to. And I don't mean 50 years down the road, I mean in the here and now.
Erez.
Well, first of all, we see in real time, what does it mean collaboration? It means that we're going to share a lot of different ideas, and we're going to debate. But I agree with Darren. We need to find ways to agree today on, and to start a benchmark if it's on the reporting or whatnot. But we also need to consider that if we're speaking about energy to kilogram, we also need to look on the impact of this. So also carbon to a kilogram. And we can't win the traditional farming in terms of energy. They're simply growing. They can even put a few seeds in the ground, free energy, sometimes free land because it's subsidized. So the way to tackle this, it will be interesting to hear what people think. But from my perspective, we are creating a completely new food system, a new practice, which potentially can be more sustainable for future generation, which traditional agriculture didn't manage to do. And the evidence is in the numbers. So we need to start and shift the discussion towards why indoor farming, controlled environment agriculture, how it can become one of the solutions and attract the lobby, the policymakers to start and provide subsidies and provide incentives for this type of new practice so it will be present in our day-to-day. If we will manage to do this as an industry, I think we're going to make a very big impact on our plate.
Thank you. Roger, you mentioned collaboration is the first big thing.
Yeah, so a couple pieces of this. One version of collaboration is the document we just signed. So when we talk about, Darren said, avoid the hyperbole, right? So in those identity documents, in the manifesto, we can lay out one version of where we're going as an industry in vertical farming. I'll feel safe signing it, and we can stick to that plan. So that works well for us to define water usage as a place for us to talk about energy usage too. And by speaking with this one voice, we can define our industry, and I can promise you if we don't speak with one voice, then our detractors will point to the different voices they hear as proof that we don't have our act together yet and we're not mature enough. So I think that that's a big breakthrough. I think that from a collaboration point of view, in the pre-competitive space, there's already a lot happening. So in the U.S. as an example, there's the GLAZE program, there's Optimia program, there's the LAMP program, there's the PIP program. These are all examples where top universities and industry, and in some cases national labs, are working together to set the stage and answer questions that we all need to have answered. And I think that there is a lot more to go like that. So there's a lot of chances for that to pull together. And then for the question about reducing energy or decarbonization, I think it's a necessity. So with AeroFarms, we just opened a new facility. We did the ribbon cutting last Monday, and we have, by our internal metrics, decarbonized by about 50% as we opened that up compared to 3 years ago. And it's also, a far more profitable farm. Those go hand in hand. So as we're looking at opening up more farms, and we will see a lot of profitable leafy green farms opening up over the next few years, I believe, and then we're going to see soft fruit farms after that, that you need to be doing better from sustainability in order to have your large farms compete.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to invite you to submit your questions. If we can, Francesca, wipe the slate clean on questions for the moment, and then just get the new ones in for this session. What I'd like to ask the panel next is about the scale for vertical farming. Is it niche? Is it premium? Will it be mainstream? Can it become affordable? What range of products? What's the scale of the opportunity? Or are there limits? James, you have made probably the most radical statement about scale of opportunity imaginable.
Yeah, I think the scale's massive. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But I say that we should be able to cut all our imports and grow everything that in vertical farms. That's what you're probably referring to, and doing that in the UK where we operate, especially as a startup of 10. But I think it is important to remember it's going to be a race to the bottom to be able to get that. So I love our technology. I love other people's technology, but it's about bringing the price down a lot, using resource a lot less. So going back to your power, your inputs and things like that, to ensure that we're going to have vertical farms need to get to a critical mass. So lots of warehouses.
So do you mind becoming a better quality commodity?
Yes, that's our whole goal, because at the end of the day, we sell herbs and leafy greens at the moment. But there is an element of it can be niche. So it can have the really fantastic strawberries sold for $150 a punnet, and it can have, the containers. There is a place for that. But to get vertical farming where it needs to be, it will be a race to the bottom in technology.
But your business strategy is mainstream, mass, quality,
Yeah, because we do think that everyone should have quality, you know, with a short route from the farm to the consumer. That keeps the quality.
And local is a big part of that.
Local, and yeah, but local, you still have to get the critical mass. So you've had to, you know, the strawberry farms, the soft fruits, you know, lettuces, herbs, and all this will become they are a commodity now. That's who we're fighting against, and we shouldn't forget that we're fighting against in a commoditized market. So we've got to bring that technology down to be able to get the scale that we need to be able to.
Could you do that, Roger, or would you not want to?
I think that that the word niche is too small, and the word mainstream might be too large for the next 5 to 10 years. I think that
significant.
Significant. I'll take significant. So
statistically, that's 1 to 5%.
I'll take significant. So I think that that's what we're going to see. I think that in each of these cases, it's natural for the first steps to be in a niche, and that's just the normal curve of adoption. So we're all going to walk through that, but the technology is there to do much better than that, and for us to be shipping into mass market grocery stores. We already do today at Aero Farms. We already are significant in these stores. I think that across the board, we're going to see more of that.
And is that lettuces, or is that fresh produce? Is that fruit? Is that propagation? Is that cosmetics?
Yeah, well, when I mentioned supermarkets, I'm definitely talking about produce. But beyond that, I think propagation is key. We already heard a couple people talk about that today. I do think we're going to see more of that. And then when you get to pharmaceuticals or nutraceuticals, I would love to see that take off. I think that might take some more from public-private partnerships or pre-competitive research to really light a fire under that segment.
Because the one finding in my lifetime that seems more important is that nutrition or food really does contribute to our health. Obviously, exercise and lifestyle contribute too, but the food we eat really affects our health.
Yeah.
Tish, your view on the opportunity.
So I'm greatly offended if anyone calls my produce a commodity. So let's just get that out there right now. I do not sell commodities. I am branding a high quality produce. Now, whether I choose to make sure that I reduce my unit economics and I can provide availability to the masses is a whole nother story. But I am branding my produce because I have the highest quality, the best shelf life, greatest flavor, pesticide free. And as an industry, if we decide that we're going to allow ourselves to be commoditized and say that we're competing against the commodity in open field in California, then we're missing the boat, because we'll never be able to get to scale. We'll never be able to pay back our shareholders and pay off our farms. So I definitely think that we can get to scale through unit economics, through good manufacturing, through the hardcore stuff that it takes to be able to deliver every single day to the retailer. But I don't think that you have to do it at a significant premium that's considered a niche. We're doing that today. We're selling into the largest grocery retailer in the US, and we are at price parity with organics, and the store is getting a great margin. We are getting a margin and getting profitable, so you can do it. And then as genetics continue to improve, as the cost of the technology continues to come down, I expect that we're going to be able to provide more and more availability to the market.
And range of products?
So we're growing tomatoes, cucumbers. This has all been commercially selling for the past 4 years. Salads, microgreens.
Darren Ayres, you've been very relaxed there, but I bet you don't feel relaxed about that. You probably want to come in with energy. Darren, you go first.
Sorry?
You go first with on scale of opportunity.
So I think the scale of opportunity is enormous over the long run. And I'd actually like to bridge two of the panelists' comments into sort of our perspective on this, which is we describe it as democratizing access to fresh food. And by democratizing, I mean range of types of outlets, channels, types of grocers that we work with, competitive price point with, as Tisha said, organics, in some cases better than organics, but it's just a widening ring of opportunity over time, which is enabled both by the manufacturing efficiencies, which were described, I think, by Tisha, as well as some of the agricultural advancement, which is also running really, really fast here, right? To figure out ways to bring a greater set of products from sort of out of the money from an economic perspective to in the money and growable in a vertical farming environment. So it's going to require a lot of adaptation in terms of the way we approach this. I think it requires somewhat of an agnostic approach to some of the technology, where some vertical farming companies, I think, come at this from the perspective of, here's my growing structure, and I'm going to try to jam everything in that growing structure, and if it doesn't work, then I'm not growing. And I think we have to be very flexible in terms of thinking about how we adapt our technology to the different form factors associated with growing different types of produce. You know, we are in now 1,400 stores, and primarily in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. We're selling, of course, at places like Whole Foods, where I think, leading brands like to establish sort of their benchmark, their foothold with well-heeled customers, let's say. But we're also selling at places like Albertsons and Giant, sort of the mainstream grocers, as well as at Walmart. And that sort of is consistent with our approach, which is reach the masses where they are at a competitive price point. I'm going to say something that might be controversial, which is we are actually profitable at a farm level. And it took a lot of hard work to get there. But we see this business has a massive operating leverage once you reach that milestone. Because as everyone knows, you're making enormous investments in infrastructure and technology and in overheads. And once you see, once you crest and pass that break-even point, a very, very large percentage of that variable contribution actually drops to the bottom line. So this is a very exciting economic proposition, I think, for investors. And what we need to do as an industry, I think, is to establish, someone said earlier, sort of the bona fides of the industry in terms of being profitable on a narrower set maybe of crops. But that'll give the investment community confidence to know that we're going to get there over time with some of these other sort of further out of reach crops. And I think that's just going to be a slow progression for the industry. But, I've been in this now for 7 years, which might not seem like a long time, but I can remember sitting down and penciling out the numbers around leafy greens and herbs, which are kind of the starter kit in the industry. And I said, I'm not sure you could get there on leafy greens and herbs. And as I sit today and I look at some of the other crops that people are talking about, soft fruits, root vegetables, etc., they're no further out of reach than I would have said leafy greens and herbs were 7 years ago in terms of the ability to achieve scale and achieve profitability. So I'm extremely optimistic that we'll get there on a wider and wider range of crops.
Right, ever growing. Erez.
Well, nothing much to add beside that. Maybe what we're going to see in the next couple of years, as we build confidence and as we start and share transparently and benchmarking the industry together, I would probably, at least what people at Infarm are working on, we are going to see a transition from just startup companies that building 1, 2, 3 facilities into an infrastructure game where we need to tap into bigger pockets of money in order to actually tap into this massive opportunity. And here, if you don't have profitability, if you don't crack the code, I can tell you, you will probably stay with 1, 2 farms, right? And you won't unlock the potential of indoor farming and potentially change the way people think about and eat food. So I just want to echo, it's about building the confidence, crack the code on profitability, showcase it, and then the last component, which is extremely important, is execution. If you won't be able to build a scalable technology to scale infinitely and capture that opportunity, we won't be able to actually, and here this is something that we actually can look on the Netherlands. It's not so far away from where you are, it's a bit far than where I'm staying at the moment, but if you look on the Netherlands, there is hundreds or thousands of farmers over there that collaborating on literally everything, from how to run the energy concept in their farms, to the growing recipes, to even distribution. And today they are struggling with the energy costs, which are going up. There's a 40% of farmers at risk to go bust this year, which is a very big number. And they're also collaborating on this mega challenge together. And they're one of the biggest exporters in the world for food. So we can also do this in a decentralized fashion, yes, but we need to find the scalable technology. We need to find how to crack the code of stability. We need to understand the pricing points in the different markets, and we need to find scalable solutions so we can tap into this massive opportunity and collaborate.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask Francesca to put up poll number 3, and I'm going to quote from James, where he said, vertical farms will become the norm within the supply chain and probably take away from greenhouse production and imports. And so what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to just look into your crystal ball, and Tisha, if you'd like to fill out what you think it should be, just to see what level of scale you think, and this is what share of fresh produce will vertical farming reach in developed markets in 10 years, okay? So this is 10 years from today, end of 2032, and, you know, I'm afraid we only get one vote each, so it's the person next to me that gets the vote, and I can't give it to everyone. So forgive me for that. But I just want to ask you about this. And Erez, while people are looking at this, are there any other crops other than leafy greens that you think have particular promise and will be the next norm of vertical farming?
Actually, that was, if you can specify the question, it would be good. What kind of market share we are talking about? Is it for the category of herbs, leafy greens, which we are working on? But I can tell you that for sure berries, strawberries is one of them. It's going to be the next frontier, and you're going to see a lot of mushrooms popping up, even though it's already in indoor practice. If you like, it's more about bringing new specialty varieties and expanding the category. You will see different kind of root vegetables coming into the market as they're coming with a great unit cost. And also they are very, very tasty when you grow them indoor, if you do it correctly. But this is the entire fruit and vegetable basket. We are working on this for the last 10 years. The next frontier, if you like, the next generation of farms also going to look on staple crops, if it's for the plant-based industry, which is also booming, but also for countries, how to help them to become more self-sufficient. I can tell you from our own research, and we're going to talk about it later this year, about how we are planning to cultivate wheat indoor. We just had the first harvest from our systems, and it's looked very, very promising. In the right combination of location, distribution, and energy concept, we would be able to drive the cost below $1, which is still significant price premium than the traditional farming. But in a world where climate, wars, even trade wars and pandemics are ruling, there will be need for those systems. And this is, I guess, where we will spend a lot of resources, but we would love also to open a discussion and share more from what we have so far.
Okay, let's see what the thank you. What the polling is so far. Well, that is really interesting. So quite a few people think it's under 2%, and most think it's more than 10%. That's and the rest between 5 and 10%. That is really big, isn't it? I mean, that's enormous.
Using your word, it would be significant.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to start with you, to sort of... so it's more than significant. Yeah, it's over significant. So more than 51%, more than significant. So everyone is optimistically disagreeing with you, Roger. When do you think that the vertical farming industry will be fundamentally different? Do you think it will have moved on a lot in 2 years, or a lot in 5 years, or are we just going on a constant transformation? Anybody? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that technology is there being put into practice today for farms that will open up 2 or 3 years out to make a bigger impact in more parts of the fruits and vegetable market. When we think about all of produce, it might be a while till we see citrus and stone fruit and bananas pop up, But I think that we can make a bigger impact with a lot of the vegetables.
It's getting to scale. It's really getting to scale and being able to get assets in the ground to be able to make an impact now.
So
I think the technology.
do you think we've been sort of bumping along at the bottom and we're just about to hit a...
Yeah, I think so.
Despite energy costs?
Because in the US, the energy costs aren't nearly as impactful. I have a long-term contract on energy and I don't, so that for us in Europe, it's a little different. And I think we're very Europe-centric right now in the conversation. But I think where the vertical farming is growing fast is in North America. And being able to make impact, get assets in the ground, and be able to scale, because I think we all have our special secret sauce in how we grow in the technology, but I think fundamentally we've figured it out. And now it's about getting the unit economics, getting to profitability, and moving Darren brought it up, it's moving from VC and private equity money into debt, and changing that capital stack so that we can really scale the industry.
Okay, I'm going to get the poll off now.
Can I make two comments? Just two things. One was said by Tisha, and one that was said by Iris. Like Tisha, I think absolutely right. We need to, the expression I use is cheaper. We need to figure out ways to access cheaper and deeper pools of capital. So this is an infrastructure play in its more mature state as opposed to a VC investment. And so as we go on that journey together, honestly, I think that accessing those deeper pools of capital is important. And then just to echo a comment that Era said earlier about where this is going, which is, and he cited some of the sort of shocks that are happening right now in outdoor growing. I think the danger is that you look at this against a static picture of where outdoor ag is today, as opposed to having a point of view about where outdoor ag potentially could end up over the next 5 to 10 years. And so, I think COVID and the war in Ukraine, et cetera, have accelerated what have been some long-term fundamental trends here, which are challenging outdoor agriculture. And so while we're all driving to reduce our energy consumption, to reduce our cost per pound, outdoor ag is similarly challenged by cost pressures that are going to potentially increase prices and certainly in some cases, just due to water availability, decommission essentially large portions of the outdoor agricultural system. And so, we're heading in one direction, outdoor ag is heading in another direction. And I think the risk is of saying, when can I get to cost parity versus outdoor ag based on where costs are today in outdoor ag? I actually don't think that's a fixed point. I think that's something that's going to be challenged over time.
Okay, so we're at 66% of the poll, more than 5% of the market in 10 years, which is pretty substantial. I'm going to ask some questions which have come through from the audience. First one is, how can companies that are promoting the fact that they're employing more than 100 people per operating farm claim that they're focused on profitability? So, James, you have pretty big farms, but you don't have 100 people on any of them, do you?
No, mainly because I don't like employing people. Let's start with that. People take holidays, they get ill, they make the crop dirty, but we employ...
So is technology the answer?
Yeah, innovation in the way of being able to move your plant around so you're not touching it. A non-touch system is going to be key, and that's going to help roll and get market share, because we can't rely on having lots and lots of people. In the UK, we have a real problem getting people for agriculture, let alone be able to be a washer of the hundreds. So,
and do any of the rest of you have a different view about that people can make a material contribution and you need them for particular reasons?
I would say it's less about not wanting to employ people and more about wanting to employ people with the right type of jobs. And if you look at any advanced manufacturing environment, there typically are people involved. But it's not, if you're fishing at the bottom of the talent pool, then I think you get a certain type of result. Whereas if you continually focus on how do I upgrade the job of the farmer, we call them modern farmers, around the technology, you end up with a slightly reduced number of employees, but higher quality job, higher job retention, happier workforce. Humans are going to always be a part of this. It's just creating the right types of jobs in the environment.
Okay, next question was, what's your view on smart indoor gardens inside homes? In other words, going all the way 100% farm to fork without intermediates. So vertical farms in homes. Any views?
It's great for education, but also you've got to be. Our lives have moved on so much that we're not there to look after, a home farm. IKEA sell them; they're lovely.
Except under COVID lockdowns.
Yeah, for COVID lockdowns. But if you're going to the cinema with your family, are you going to go, well, hang on a minute, wait there, I need to go and do yada, yada, yada. They're really good for people to look at, but in reality, no one's going to give up going to the supermarket or having their groceries delivered in that way.
Do you all agree?
Well, I think that what you've heard from all five of us is the word scale over and over again. And so where we're all focused on larger and larger scale as the way, a path to profitability, that's completely the opposite direction when you're pulling it all down there.
But most consumer markets do polarize, don't they? You've got
Yeah.
one extreme and you've got the exact opposite. So
I love growing at home too, but when it comes down to let's have the variety to keep everybody happy in my house, I couldn't get there.
No, I think that
you don't see it.
I'm not solving for the polar opposites. I'm solving for the middle.
Okay.
And I think the middle is being able to buy fresh produce at the grocery store.
Erez, do you want to add anything to that?
Nothing to add.
Okay, fair enough. Next question then, they keep moving around. What carbon footprint and impact on the environment does setting up a vertical farming have? Lights, electrics, shelves, robotics, etc., all carry a cost. Do any of you have a sort of a simple statement of carbon footprint that you share and compare? Do any of you have a number of emissions that you share?
So we don't today, and it speaks to something that Darren said in terms of being able to compare across industries. So being able to compare in a fair way with how things work in the field. Like we don't really see that situation to where we could lay out a number and have someone fairly compare it. But I do think that we just signed the Identity Manifesto, and it would be a squandered opportunity if we didn't keep that momentum going forward and start to put together standardization and be able to lay out that metric and then drive it down. So if you don't have a scoreboard, it's tough to make sure that you're winning, and we need to be winning on carbonization, on decarbonization.
Yeah. Erez, you published an impact report, which dealt with quite a lot of parameters.
Correct, and we're very transparent about the carbon footprint of our entire farming network. The numbers are 6,000 ton, of which 3,000 ton was production, the real production of the farms, and the rest was our supply chain, which shows you that scope 3 is actually going to be a very big component. Yes, we have our own production that we're going to, if it's to optimize on light recipes or HVAC system or the machinery and so on. But there's another component which is the scope 3 is everything around logistic and supply chain, which over there is very hard also to put a finger on because it's untransparent industry for itself. And we're also going to do a lot of work over there.
Thank you. I'm going to ask another question. I think there are probably two other issues to deal with. One is communications and the other is relations with other agriculture. In terms of communications, there's a question here. How do you differentiate your products on the storefront level from traditionally farmed or greenhouse product? Do you?
Yes.
How?
We brand our produce, so everything that we have has the 80 acres label and brand. And then we're also looking for a billboard of our products. So when you go into a store that we're selling produce, you're going to see a wall of our produce. You're going to see variety. You're going to see representation of not only different salads, microgreens, culinary herbs, but then also tomatoes and cucumbers. So for us, it's about having the presence, and then it's also about trial, and it's about getting in touch and having that relationship with the consumer to be able to build the brand. There isn't, the consumer can rely on the quality and the product that we are providing. They cannot rely on a bag salad from Salinas because they don't know if it's going to go bad in the refrigerator. They don't know if it's bad when they're buying it on shelf. For us, they can rely on the freshness, and that guarantee is what differentiates us from.
And do you concentrate your communications on the brand or the supermarket, the consumer, community, the sampling?
All of it. All of it. We are fully engaged with the community.
Yeah.
We are at community events. So if we are building a farm in a community near you, you can expect that you're going to see our veggie vans, you're going to see our grow mobiles. We're going to be engaging with schools and communities because it's brand building, because they need to know who we are.
What about schools? Do you have a particular thing about schools?
We do. We are with summer camps. We are with schools. We want to engage the
youth. And how do you do that? With taste or with story or?
All of it.
Okay.
So we have what we call our grow mobiles, which is where you can see them online, where we actually have little mini farms. We take them to the schools. The schools see how the plants grow. We give them seeds. We come back, we check and see how they're doing. So there's that constant engagement. There's education that, at all levels. You have to win the hearts, minds, and the taste buds.
Same for you, Roger?
Yeah, so a few pieces of that same puzzle. One is with the schools you mentioned. So at Aero Farms, we've launched a school program where we bring a small version of our farm into the school and leave it. And there's a curriculum that goes with it, and the students can grow it, learn from it, experiment with it, and then go home and engage their family with it. So in some of the communities where we're growing and bring these in, there's not a culture of eating leafy greens.
And that's quite expensive to do, though, isn't it?
It is, and it's not free. And when you go to that small of a scale, the cost per pound, right? That's very different than what we're going to sell in retail. But the community engagement is worth it. The education in the schools is worth it, and we're starting to see even some of those first people graduate through and come work at the big farms.
Right.
And then when you talk about differentiation at the retailers, we also brand our own product, and of course that's new for produce, and I think that's the way to go. We emphasize the flavor, and so we draw people in. Based on the flavor, we deliver what we promise in terms of unique and high flavor, but then also they see the freshness. Also, they see no pesticides right there on the label. That brings them back again and again.
So once they get the beginning of the message, you widen it out, and all the additional points validate.
Yeah, that's right. But if the quality's not there, it's tough for you to expect a second purchase.
But you presumably spend more time with retailers than you do?
Yeah, so the last 4 years it's all been white labeled.
Yeah.
So that's all, but goes back to my point when we started,
And do the retailers do a good job for you?
It's just in their brand. So no, you doesn't differentiate from a vertically farmed produce to a field grown or an import. It doesn't mean that there is benefit, and retailers will see that in the UK. I believe coming through that it will be vertically farmed and they'll sort of champion it. But that will probably be later next year. But we have launched some brands now where we use our waste product and we talk about the story of vertically farmed produce, and that's how we add a little bit of value on the side there.
Okay. Erez.
Well, in our case, everything is, again, around transparency, putting the claims and making sure that we communicate it the best possible way. If it's in the brick and mortar or online, if it's on the shelf, we're working a lot with the retailers to understand what are the prioritization based on their customer group. I can tell you from the numbers that where we're doing a good job, and we're doing it in most markets, we are already above 50% of market share. So this is for the question. Nobody actually put 50% and up. And this is, of course, on the smallest categories. But if we can do the same thing on the other categories which we are going to bring, we're going to tap into this massive opportunity which we discussed. So again, claims, transparency, people want to know where the food is coming from. the breaking news is that also people in the future will want to know what is the carbon footprint of what they buy, and potentially how they can work with us and other suppliers of food on how to mitigate and remove carbon from the
So are you saying, Erez, that essentially it's a distribution game, that the message, the food speaks for itself, and that if only you could get the structure and the rollout of the business, then consumers will respond?
Yeah, look, it's a very simple offering. You have a better product in the same or just above 20, 30, whatever it is, 20% above the normal market price. The end consumers are smart and they know that if you can provide that, they will follow, they will go for it. Now the question is more, how can you scale it? How you can bring it to all this rather than if it's right.
So it's getting the business to follow what the market will appreciate. Darren.
Yeah, I don't want to cover ground covered by my fellow panelists, but we have a slightly different approach to sort of engaging with the local community, local markets, which is less about putting small, subscale, inefficient farms in classrooms or in trucks or anything like that, which I think is a nice way to touch the consumer. We instead choose to form partnerships with local food service organizations that are addressing some of the issues that we think are important from a values perspective around access to high quality fresh food deserts. So, in the Washington DC market, our largest partners are going to be the Maryland Food Bank, DC Urban Kitchen, and Tisha said something earlier that I want to come back to. This isn't all just about energy. This is also about food waste. And so when you think about all the places where food gets wasted in the current supply chain, and the fact that we have the opportunity to essentially disintermediate the entire supply chain and reduce the amount of food that gets wasted, that means more pounds of nutritious food going into the communities.
And that's an incredibly
underserved. And that's really important. And the second thing that I think is really important that we don't always focus on as industry is I think there's two parts to this decarbonization story, one of which is to reduce the amount of energy that we consume. The second is the fact that we are conserving land. And so when you look at the primary reason why forests are cleared throughout the world, it's to create agricultural land, which is fast running out of supply. And those are the world's greatest carbon sinks out there. And so the extent we're creating farmland, where out of patches of non-arable land, which is the case, I know, for some of the people here on the panel, that's really important messaging as well to the consumer. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments that were made about, building a brand and having that brand stand for something and reinforcing that brand by delivering every day with the quality of produce, flavor profile, nutritional content, freshness that the consumer is expecting. And if you break that compact with the consumer, you'll lose them forever. And so execution really matters here. And if you do that and you're promoting your product appropriately in the store, you will win consumers' hearts and minds forever. And so it's just really important that all of those things be aligned. It's not just the story and the brand, but it's also the execution and delivery against that brand that's really critical.
Last question before we break for lunch, about relations with other agriculture. Should we actively engage government and other forms of agriculture to show that we are contributors and partners, or are there risks and tensions to overcome, and how do we overcome them? Darren, we'll go to both Darren and Erez, then we'll come back into the room.
Sure. I just looking up a few stats. Literally early this morning, the total dollar value of subsidies that go into the European traditional agriculture system amount to roughly $500 billion per year. In the US, the number is closer to 50 billion. The total amount the US invested in...
So it's 500 billion in Europe and 50 billion in the US.
That's right. The solar industry, total dollar value of tax breaks given by the US government to promote renewable energy aggregate to more than $100 billion. And just recently in Biden's infrastructure bill, the infrastructure portion of it was a commitment to $25 billion to fund electric vehicle infrastructure. So enormous amounts of money going into places which are consistent with Western government values around environmental sustainability and around food security. And I think that our industry is deserving of similar attention. And I don't say just narrowly our industry. I think it's we believe that technology has the power to solve the world's biggest and most intractable problems. And whether that's technology being used in a vertical farming environment or technology, frankly, being used in the field, we're big believers that there should be more dollars going into use of technology to improve agricultural outcomes. And so I think there's a lot of common ground between vertical farming companies, greenhouses, and outdoor agriculture around investment of technology in improving food outcomes. And I think finding that common ground is where we're going to win.
Eris.
Yes, I completely agree. And I would just add that the traditional agriculture received significant amount of subsidies, but it didn't really help them with the herbs and the leafy greens. So here it's really more about what are the future crops and how governments, municipality can help us to bring more local production, more resilient, and create a more resilient food system. And I think it's a necessity, and I think we're going to also see that coming when people from those governments will realize that vertical farming, controlled environment agriculture can really support their food strategies. So definitely.
James.
Yeah, I think we should have a conversation with general farmers, or I always say traditional proper farmers. You know, they've got a tractor because they've been doing it a long time. So we all think we're really smart at times, which we can be, but there's some real learnings to be had in traditional farming that should be coming to.
Do you talk to them in your community? Where you around you?
Yeah, in Gloucestershire we do. North Lincolnshire we have real good conversations with farmers because they've often got the answers on how do we get rid of our waste or how do we deal with this. You know, we deal with farmers to now to save us money and make them a little bit of money. And talking to government in the UK, it's like talking to a wall. So we don't really bother that much. We rather just crack on and let them catch up.
Prove it. Yeah, Roger.
So I'll go to the government side of your question first. I do think that vertical farming as an industry deserves more attention in Washington as an example. I think that in talks yesterday, we talked about, well, if there's not crop insurance help for vertical farming, because that's not really the name of the game, then maybe support can come from financing or other like pre-competitive research. I think that there's room for that, and I think that this is a world conference, and there are nations that are ahead of the game, right? So UAE, Singapore, China, they have been investing significantly, and we risk being left behind if we're not also making these investments.
Interesting. Tisha.
Yeah, I would say investment in smart infrastructure and help there, I think, is really important. Renewable energy is super important. So from a government perspective, being able to help there. When I think about growers and I think about outdoor, when I think about greenhouses and vertical farm, the thing that we have in common is the thing that should bond us together, which is that we're growing food. And so being able to collaborate and being able to figure out how all of these solutions help us change the food supply and change the way the world eats is super important. So I value my fellow growers in open field as well as greenhouse. And I try to share openly. They come to my farms. We like to go to the open field. You'll see some pictures this afternoon. But we all need to figure out how to work together to really solve this problem because it's bigger than vertical farming.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much to the panel, to Roger, to Darren, to James, to Tisha and Eris. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
I am so relieved that the technology worked and that we had the contributions from there. We now break for lunch, which will be in the library area. It's a sort of stand-up, informal, networking lunch. Please be back at 2 o'clock, and I hope you get your emails done and are able to fully focus on a great afternoon. Thank you again. Trying to get it off my trousers and onto the belt. That's it. That's fine.
All good. Yep. All right.
think, did you sign the documents this morning?
Yes, I did.
Correct. You did as well, didn't you?
Yeah, or our new CEO did.
Oh, right, it was the CEO.
So you hear me? Okay. I'll go away? Yeah, perfect. Perfect, great, thanks.
Check, 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 check.
Yeah.
So, it would be great if we can start. We've had a busy morning, and we have an equally busy afternoon, which begins with a sponsor presentation on scaling up beyond lighting in cultivation, organization, and profitability, which we've talked about a bit already. Tom Kernisser, Business Development Manager at Signify in the Netherlands, is going to present. Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome back after your lunch. Hope everybody's re-energized. I see not everybody came back, so maybe a few people having a secret nap, but hopefully they will come back as well. I don't have a pointer yet. Here it is. So I'll speak a bit about how to be successful in vertical farming, and especially zooming in on the scale-up. So the companies that have already, let's say, taken the step to be a small-scale vertical farmer and are now scaling up or have just scaled up, and how we, as a lighting company, can contribute to that beyond the lighting itself. I'm not sure. Oh, the green button. Yeah, this is me. Business Development Manager for City Farming, as we call it, so everything related to growing without daylight, as we say in the Netherlands. Joined Signify about 5 years ago. Before that, I worked in a vegetable seed company, so I've been involved in horticulture for quite a few years. I have only 2 topics. We got 10 minutes, so I have to be a little bit compact in my presentation. So 2 topics. One is, which challenges do we face or do our customers face when scaling up, and what is needed to be successful in vertical farming scale-ups. Challenges when scaling up. First, from a cultivation/technical perspective. A reproduction of a successful cultivation on a smaller scale to a large scale of a multiple of 1,000 square meters up to 1 hectare or more, which is happening nowadays, is not straightforward. It's not copy-paste. In a smaller scale environment, when you make mistakes, the consequences are different, less than in a large scale, but also the processes, logistics, everything around it is actually quite different. If you look at the technology first, irrigation, lighting, climate, in an R&D or small-scale facility, again, it's not copy-paste. To maintain a stable climate especially, that's what we see most often in vertical farms that are at this scale. That's where we see most problems in maintaining or getting to a uniform climate, stable climate. Of course, irrigation also plays a role, and especially if you stack up more layers compared to your smaller scale farm, you might also run into some challenges there. With the lighting, of course, that's our core expertise. But also there, it's very important, like Leo already addressed this morning, to use every micromole as much as you can. So not waste the micromoles you put into the facility by using reflections, using the right positioning of the lighting, etc. If you do everything right, of course, you will get to the yield levels you were envisioning. But also there, we've seen that on these larger scale farms, it's actually quite challenging. In an R&D or small scale facility, we often see that it's, let's say, relatively easy or easier to achieve a certain yield. It's also often because a yield on paper is often extrapolated from the actual trials that one did. And then when you go to a larger scale, often we see that customers don't achieve their targeted yields in the first year or first 2 years. And there we also want to help customers to get closer to that target, because a lot of the business case is based on this yield target. Also from an organizational perspective, people, workflows, etc., logistics, planning, as said, are completely different in a large-scale farm compared to a small-scale farm. In a small-scale farm, much of the labor is still done by hand, by people. Again, consequences of making mistakes are less. People are more flexible in what they can do and really focus on the growing part, where in a larger farm, it becomes more a factory, where everything has to be timed in a proper manner. Everything has to do the right thing at the right time to keep the system running and to get, let's say, also to maintain and keep that yield target that you're envisioning. But also, when your organization is growing, you need to attract more people, skilled people, train them, and you also want to keep the culture you have in your company. Most of the companies we work with are young companies with a lot of entrepreneurship, innovation, creativity. The CEO, founder, they are often still working in that small-scale farm. Then they become managers or CEOs. So also their work is changing. And at least most of them, they want to stay connected to what's happening in the factory on the work floor. And that is quite challenging. And to maintain that culture and the positive atmosphere in your team. Thirdly, from a commercial perspective, if you want to fund a larger farm, of course, that requires more funding, more money than a smaller farm. So you speak to maybe different investors or more investors. The more investors you have investing in your company, also the more complicated it gets to manage all of them. They may want a seat at the table to discuss strategy, etc. So also your role as a vertical farming, let's say a founder, a startup, changes in the company. When you build a larger farm, it's because you see potential to sell more to more retailers, for example, or food service companies. And therefore, you need to produce more, obviously, but it goes hand in hand. So if you produce more, you need to sell more. If you sell more, you need to produce more. And as easy as that sounds, to manage that, to level that, can also be challenging. So one example of a scale-up that we're currently working on is grow-up farms. Kate, who's on the picture, will also be standing here soon, so I'll not take away your message, but they are one of our partners that we've been working with for a long time, since 2013, when they built their first farm, and now, as we speak, building a larger farm. So really a typical example of a scale-up. In one of the previous presentations, we also highlighted Luzgarde, who is also present, Future Crops, 80 acres, all examples of companies that have scaled up or are scaling up. Then it's easy to pinpoint the challenges, but how to overcome them, how to become successful. And besides from learning from many vertical farms, so the scale-ups I was referring to, we also work with a lot of greenhouse growers, glasshouse growers in our company. So we're not only working on vertical farms, also on glasshouse projects. And I also already explained, vertical farms are often very innovative, entrepreneurial, creative. But the greenhouse growers, they have a long track record. They're typically family-owned companies who have been growing for generations. They have scaled up already, growing on 10, 20, 30, 40 hectares or more, and they've become very efficient at growing. So there we also listened to these customers on how they managed to scale up. And we interviewed a couple of growers, and one of them told us, solutions can't be purchased. Solutions need to be thought of, which means you can buy the right tools, but you can only learn yourself how to use them in the right way, and it's not one size fits all. And how to scale up, you need a viable plan, both economically, financially, a solid foundation, preferably already at a smaller scale, that you're profitable, that you show potential to your investors. And a vision is very important as well, that you know clearly what's your dot on the horizon, what will be your contribution to a goal that you want to achieve together with the industry in 5 to 10 years. Because with that vision, you can inspire people, but you can also convince investors to invest in your farm. It's almost the same or very closely linked to belief and passion. All vertical farmers sitting here know that you will more than once run against the wall, have to get up again, do it again and again and again. So you need to be a bit stubborn probably as well, but have a lot of belief and passion to get to where you are today. And again, people, it's a very important factor. We are working in a very tech-savvy industry, but the people are in the end crucial to be successful. Now, of course, last slide. Yeah. Then this is the experience we built over the last decade or so. About 12, 13 years we've been active in this industry already as a lighting company. And besides the products, so today, obviously I'm not speaking about the products, but we have the right solutions in place with proven light and growth recipes. We can provide technical support, trial support, pre, during, post projects. We have remote and on-site support from plant specialists. We are sharing knowledge via community events. I do want to highlight that because we've been running these events for tomato growers, cucumber growers, and lettuce growers for the greenhouse industry for many years. And last year for the lettuce event, we for the first time also invited vertical farming companies. And both parties, they really liked the interaction. So greenhouse growers learned from vertical farming companies and vice versa. We can provide input on the critical success factors that I just mentioned in this presentation. We can train staff. We can offer 24/7 support through our partner network. And we have a strong network to investors that we can help you to get the funding organized. We can support in business case calculations and also support on the financing itself with regards to the lighting. So that is how we want to contribute. If you want to know more or have a discussion with me or one of the two colleagues that are with me today, please visit us at our booth or contact us through this number or email address. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So that was an introduction to Achieving Scale, and that's what this session is about. And we've got 5 very eminent protagonists who are operators to do just that. First of all, we have a software developer who is the founder and chief architect of Stacked Farm in Australia on robotics for fully integrated automation. Daniel Tsvetkov. Daniel.
So Stack Farm began in 2017. We're an engineering and automation company who chose to become farmers, and I know that's a little different for this industry. The team is made up of over 30 engineers and scientists, and we're all in a range of different disciplines. So today I'm going to talk about achieving scale and robotics for fully integrated automation. Let's see if this one changes. So what is the current state of play? There are many statements around industry projections, and they may be true if we can deliver on return expectations that capital markets have been sold on. So we believe this can be achieved through fully integrated automation. We're all well aware of the macro conditions that underpin the opportunity. However, unless we can address the industry-specific challenges, many companies simply won't survive. We see many operators struggling to achieve significant throughput, unscalable models in relation to CapEx, and particularly of concern OpEx. And due to these issues, many operators are unable to enter into or deliver on long-term commercial contracts. In 2017, we launched our R&D facility. The facility is really set up as a small commercial farm to allow us to analyse bottlenecks that existed in achieving throughput and subsequent scale. We simultaneously grew produce using several different growing methods, and we really wanted to see which ones lent themselves to automation. We also had the opportunity to analyse existing operators and learn from their experiences. And what we learned was that the industry was highly focused on growing processes. There was little focus on throughput and subsequent profitability. Particular tasks were extremely labour intensive, and labour costs were the largest overhead and were the major inhibitor to scaling the business. Electricity usage was the second highest overhead. And while the food safety had been improved, the produce still came into contact regularly with human hands. The facilities didn't utilise space as adequately as they could, and many facilities were dangerous to operate with scissor lifts and the likes. Multiple growing methods really didn't lend themselves to automation or scale in that respect, and existing layouts didn't really allow for retrofitting for full automation. So this research led us to the first stage of achieving scale within our business, which was process design and cycle times. So process design must begin far before automation or robotics are ever integrated. So what is process design? Process design is the art of transforming an organisation's vision into the achievement of company goals. So defining the end goals of the process and mapping out repeatable steps to achieving it. So for us, we began by looking at the process design and what the facility's output was that we were looking to achieve. So in our case, we wanted to achieve 2,300 tonne output. And when we broke that down into 5 harvests a week, it looked like 8.8 tonnes per harvest, 88,000 bags, 4,400 cartons, 90 pallets, and 9 semi-trailer loads per day. Now, logistically, this was an immense task. So when we look at this data really broken down into time constraints for a 10-hour shift, we need to achieve 147 bags a minute, which is 14.75 kilos per minute. At our numbers of 7.4 kilos a tray, that really equated to 2 trays per minute, or a 30-second cycle time per tray. So vertical farms are generally broken down into 2 key operations. We've got our farm production and our packing and dispatch. Obviously, packing and dispatch, there was plenty of equipment available off the shelf in that sector, and it's very mature in relation. Now, to really look at what I'd like to focus on, it's the farm production side and how do we optimise that. So really, to maximise return, we need to utilise all available real estate within the facility at all times. If we harvest a tray, we optimally want to replace it as close to immediately with a newly seeded tray as possible. So if we factor in 1 tray in every stage of production simultaneously, this really maximises our chances of reaching our target throughput. So ensuring no stage cycle time, so being the 30-second cycle time on the left, any of those processes took longer than that time, we were able to meet our throughput targets. So now we know our cycle time constraints per process, we were able to begin to look at the process flow design and the subsequent factory layout. So that would then allow us to simulate each task for the most efficient method to allow us to achieve that. So at that point, we can begin to look at what tasks make sense financially to be completed with manual labour. And for us, that was along the lines of the pallet storage, dispatch part of the business, and which required robotics and automation, which was really the farm operations, bagging lines, etc. So good process design really allows us to complete many tasks simultaneously. It allows us to eliminate a lot of bottlenecks and achieve throughput targets. But achieving throughput requires ground-up process design. It's really unlikely to be achieved with a legacy facility or trying to retrofit. So if we begin with an optimal process design and we know our target cycle times, and we have a rough factory layout where we know how our trays, our produce, and our cartons should move through the facility efficiently, we can begin to work on automation. So really, automation is only as good as the process design. It's really simply a tool of process design. And when added part of a well-thought-out process design, it allows us to grow higher, wider, and longer, and maximise use of space. It allows us to minimise the need for scissor lifts and increase safety. It allows us to complete tasks within cycle time constraints and most importantly, reduce OPEX. And in our case, we've been able to reduce labour by around 85%. So what was our approach in achieving this along the way? So initially, we set ourselves a mission when we first began, and that was we were determined to solve the issue of throughput, bring down overheads, and create produce of the highest quality and safety. From seed to bag, no human hands would be required. So we would seek to build a scalable system that is fully automated and was safe to operate. So our technology timeline and development looked like this. In 2017, we launched our R&D facility. In 2018, we completed our process design, which would allow us to hit our target throughputs. We began our automation design process, and we completed the prototype of our automated racking and base control system. In 2019, we completed the design and implementation of our automated seeding, our high-speed lift systems, transfer conveyors, harvest line, and tray washing tunnels. And in 2020, we completed the design and manufacturing process for our proprietary lighting and HVAC systems. And we launched a production version of our automated racking and lift systems. In 2021, we toured up for mass production of our farm components. So that included creating molds, robotic welding jigs, machine tools that allow us to internally manufacture and assemble 95% of all components within the farm. And to give you an idea, the current farm that we're just completing at the moment contains 5.7 million components in its assembly. We also relocated in the last 12 months to our new 4,000 square metre facility, and we signed off-take agreements with distribution partners for 100% of our production from our first commercial farms. In 2022, we just completed an $86 million raise, and we've also launched our staging and assembly facility to allow us to roll out 3 farms per year. We've also completed site selection of for our farm number 2, and we've chosen a builder for the construction of the actual building. So in 2023, our first commercial farm will go live, and this is a scale up from our previous facility. Commercial farm 2 will begin construction, and we'll begin site selection on the location for farms 3 and 4. So whilst we believe the opportunity collectively is substantial, in order for the vertical farm sector to not only survive but thrive, it's really imperative that we achieve scale with profitable businesses. Otherwise, the expectation that capital markets, both private and public, will continue to fund our dreams will be a tough reality for many. I think fully integrated automation will go a long way in solving the challenges of this sector, and thank you for your time today. Cheers.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, do leave the equipment, that'd be kind. Next, we have one of Sweden's top 101 super talents, the former Chief Executive Officer of Ljusgårda, who's now turned to strategic collaborations as their Chief Strategy Officer. He's going to talk about renewables and repurposing existing buildings. Andreas Wilhelmsson. Oh, you're over there. Okay. The equipment is there for you.
Hi, everybody. Oh, what an excited audience. Hi, everybody. Thank you. All right, so let's see. I'm going to get the clicker here. So I guess the green button pushes it forward. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is our 5 biggest learnings from building a vertical farm inside an existing building and our take on renewables. And I'm going to do that in 10 minutes. Let's see if this clicker works. Oh, there's another green button. There you go. So 5 years ago, this was Ljusgårda. And many of you have maybe started somewhere here. This is a do-it-yourself video results in a garage in a small city in Tibro, where I entered a little bit more than 5 years ago and tasted the not-so-good tasting basil. It tasted a lot of basil, but not so good. So 5 years ago, we concluded that this seems to be working. You can grow things in Sweden in the middle of the winter. So we decided to build a little bit larger pilot farm. And the city of Tibro, where we operate in Sweden, is a former furniture manufacturing town. And with former, I mean it had its glory days in the 60s. Nowadays, not so much furniture as it used to be, so there's a lot of empty buildings. So when we got out to build a pilot facility, we actually had a few to choose from. And we chose this building and took a corner of it to start building our pilot facility. And you start with what you start with when you build a pilot facility, the floor. Oh, there's so much to say about floors. You can't, that's 10 minutes by itself. But we started to build the facility and then got going with a pilot facility based on already made technology from Zipgrow. And well, first we had one rack so we could show this is the vision, how it's going to look like. And then we started to expand it some more. And I can tell you, just doing this kind of expansion in a pilot facility teach you a lot of things. So when you have the first racks, you know, you come to the work, you have water on the floor, all of that. But what's happening when you start to scale the pilot facility, suddenly you learn, oh, plant seems to be breathing out water into the air. What a concept. Didn't know. So at one point in this pilot facility, I was able to stick my finger through the wall because we had high humidity, didn't have it under control, and the room was definitely not built for it. So we learned a lot during this pilot phase, and we took all those lessons learned, wrote it down, and started to design the optimal commercial facility based on our own technology. So June 2020, we decided to build the commercial facility, which was basically the same building, but now taking the whole building. So our former pilot facility is today our lunchroom. But now we have filled the facility. We took the decision June 2020. In April 2021, we started to produce from our commercial facility. And I can tell you, when I was walking around with investors this summer of 2020, and it looked like this, and I was telling, this is going to be a huge thing. We're going to produce so much salad that you can't imagine. It required some imagination, but people started to see it. So we started to build, and again, we start with floors, digging deep holes so you can get the irrigation in place, everything like that. But then slowly it started to come together, starting to look like a vertical farm. And today it's an operational vertical farm. We deliver to about 800 stores today. 720 tons per year is the facility's output. And it's a three-step process. So we have germination chamber, propagation chamber, and then we put it in vertical towers that looks like this, and we move it around the facility like this. In wagons. So what have we learned on this journey? Well, there are some pros and there are some cons when you take an old building and repurposing it. And to have them all 5 to you quickly here, the cons are you will find surprises when you take on an old building, and food safety and hygiene, particularly for a vertical farm, not exactly what the building was used for before, but you have some really good pros that weighs this up. So if you take the first one, surprises, I can tell you, the older the building, the more surprises. And I was speaking to 80 Acres here just before, and they have an even older building, so I want to hear about their lessons. But our building was built for more than 50 years ago, so it has its glorious days in the 60s, was built before that. So what do you find when you take an old building from the 60s? Well, apparently, when we were building the hole for our harvesting machine, we found railway road. So they took this picture. We laughed about it internally. It took some time to get rid of it. We laughed. They kept digging. They found another one. Now they didn't take the picture because now it was a little bit embarrassing. And you know what? They found a third one. 3 layers of railway road in the floor. I mean, what a concept. I can speak about floors the whole day, but so you find so many surprises when you enter an old building. And the second thing, when you talk about food safety, and particularly safety for plants in a vertical farm, an old building is not built to keep insects out. And apparently it was not even built to keep birds out. So in our pilot facility, one day when we came to work, we had a bird in the farm. That's not a super good thing. So our bird whisperer in the picture there, Magnus, he was actually able to, after extensive work, able to get the bird to land on his hand so we could get it out. And on the picture to the right there, you also see some insects. And I can tell you, we found out we had holes in the wall in the pilot facility. And through those holes, diamondback moth entered the facility, and that's not a good thing when you go rocket salad, I can tell you. So we had a few days where we started, since we don't use any pesticides, we had to really hand clap diamondback moth to get rid of it. So it was an interesting period for a couple of months in the pilot facility. So when we did build and solve this for the commercial scale we do now, to get rid of all this, we basically built room in the rooms. So there is new ceilings, there are new walls, and those are super tight. So you can't access the plant that easily. So that's what you need to do. So there are all these difficulties, surprises. They are fun now when I tell them, but I can tell you I didn't laugh when it did happen, all these things. But there are some really good benefits also. First of all, someone has already paid for the building. They have paid in terms of cash, and they have paid in terms of the environment. And I don't know about you, but where I'm from in Sweden, we don't like to waste cash. So use whenever someone else already paid for it, so you utilize the resources. Then you have the local community benefit as well. When you're coming into a town as we do, which had its glory days in the 60s, and apparently a new company entering. I mean, we have 85 people working at Husqvarna today. That's a significant employer in this small town. And we have got so much support from the city, both in terms of constructions allowance, in terms of people who want to work for the company. And we actually, 2019, won the national prize from the retailer who has 50% of the market in Sweden, ICA, their national prize for Local Hero of the Year for the things we were doing here. That's a good start point when you're going to negotiate with that retailer later. So you get all of this support, and you can use existing electrical infrastructure as well. And I'm not talking about the things that are in the building. Sorry for the ones who have put that in your capex, that you will need to redo everything, I can tell you. But there are infrastructure in the grid around the building if it has been used before for high energy consumption, which is very good when you are in a town which have excess level of infrastructure to connect a vertical farm. It goes a lot quicker. And speaking of that, and I know I'm running out of time, it brings me on to our take on renewable energy. So we are located in Sweden. I know the energy crisis in Europe is happening in Sweden as well, but Sweden is starting from a far lower point when it comes to energy. Green electricity has always been available and quite cheap in Sweden. And looking at our particular company, we also have a lot of shareholders working with energy in their day-to-day business. So I can tell you, our energy cost right now is less than €1 per kilo lettuce that we produce. So, and this is 100% renewable. But despite this being our level of cost today, we look to take the next step. And to be able to do that, we want to build our own energy production. And how do you do that? Well, you have something called PPA, Power Purchasing Agreements, where you basically can tell someone who has the money, someone who has the solar or the wind or whatever source you want to use, and say, hey, I will buy all your electricity. I want to do it for 10 years, 15 years, whatever you want to put it. Can you build the energy source for me? And they will love you for that. They are looking for guys like you to do these kinds of deals. So I really encourage you, look out for those deals. We are looking into it now, so you don't pay any capex. You just get a steady stream of energy coming into your farm at a fixed price for over 10 years. So this is how our product looks in the market. It's mass market priced, so we are competing with the imported products on the imported products terms. We have 2 products today, and we are now starting to build our second facility, also an old furniture manufacturing building, but 18,000 square meters instead. So I think that was my 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'm sure that's going to yield a lot of questions. Our next speaker only graduated in 2014, but founded and became the Chief Technology Officer of Urban Crop Solutions here in Belgium. On alternative energy and anaerobic digestion and more, Maarten van der Kries. Maarten.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So I'm Maarten. I'm a founder and CTO at Urban Crop Solutions. Within the company, I'm mainly involved with business development, R&D strategy, and partnerships. And it's actually one of those partnerships that I would like to highlight a bit more today. Now, in a nutshell, at Urban Crop Solutions, actually what we do, we're an end-to-end solution provider, which means that we want to support our clients in their entire journey, from ID/feasibility stage to supporting them with biological trials to actually define, understand what is needed to produce not just the plant, but the end product that they want to put in the market. We build their farm, we commission it, and we keep on supporting them with maintenance, spare parts, and of course, give them any new learnings that we have learned in our research center here in Belgium. Now, just as everyone here, sustainability is actually the reason of our existence, and we're also very proud as a company that last year we were awarded the SDG certificate for SDG number 11 by the European Chamber of Commerce. Now, client-wise, we actually have 2 main categories. We have research clients, public and private institutions like universities or private breeding companies such as an Unfold, which is the daughter of Bayer. But we also have commercial growers from smaller scale operators to more famous names such as an IKEA that wants to transform food miles into food steps by growing leafies next to their restaurant. Now, energy has been a topic yesterday evening already, today as well. I'm happy about that. Often it's one of the elephants in the room. One of the many elephants, but okay. And recently the CEA census report was published. And what we saw over there is that greenhouses today consume 5.4 kilowatt hour to produce a kilogram of leafy greens. While a vertical farm industry average, and again this is an average, so going from very high-tech solutions to very low-tech, one more efficient than the other, that's almost 40 kilowatt hours per kilogram. Now, we've measured that for leafy greens for our facility. We turned out to be a bit better over there. We believe that that's part of our technological approach. We have a rotating carousel system. We have designed a climate system. We're actually want to reuse the heat because we're all cooling in these indoor farms, reuse that heat for dehumidification. Humidity is a problem, I just heard. Yes, it is, and it consumes a lot of electricity. But most of all, it's your yield. Yield works on every line of your P&L. The more you can maximize that, you can optimize those recipes, the better your return on investment will be. But we need to continue to innovate. We need to improve this further. So we start looking out to our clients, to our partners, like how can we bring this, how can we make this better? And to actually here see one of our growing modules, it's called the Module X Plant Factory, which can be expanded in width, length, and height. But one of these modules, if here we want to produce baby leaf lettuce, we can get an output of 7.7 tons per year of sellable product. Of course, you also have a lot of waste. You have your roots, you have some discarded leaves, etc. But to grow that product, you also need some inputs, your carbon dioxide, more than 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per year to run this facility. You need your fertilizer, and you need your substrate. Now, to improve this, to see what we can do, we actually looked at two partners. We have one client grower today who's serving this in a restaurant. Who's using the plant factory, serves it directly to the plate. And we found a technological partner specialized in anaerobic digestion. Now, what do? The food is produced in the indoor farm we provided. It's consumed in the restaurant. Some other ingredients are added to that, some fish, some meat, some sauces, and so on, and produces waste. The indoor farm also produces waste. Both of these streams are fed to the digester, where, of course, then the process is started, and where the digester, in turn, then starts to produce certain outputs, carbon dioxide, heat, electricity, and also a digestate. That's a very smelly thing, I can tell you. But it exists of two components. You have a solid component and a liquid component. The solid component can be used as an amendment for your substrate to add some nutrients in there. The liquid component can also be used to actually reduce the need of synthetic fertilizers in your hydroponic system. And of course, not mentioned on this slide, but at least as important, you get biogas as an energy source for multiple other applications. Now, the research started 1.5 years ago and is still ongoing today. But the results so far is that we can use 100% of our carbon dioxide needs, take this from the digester. We can get 70% of electricity needs, and that's also combined with the efficiencies through the heat we can reuse to run the climate system more efficiently. 20% of our fertilizer needs, and 10% of our substrate needs, which is already, in our opinion, a great leap forward. However, there are still challenges. We need to continuously improve this, and one of the improvements we have to make here is actually to mitigate the diversity in food. We consume different things in different seasons. The restaurant serves different things in different weeks, different months, and so on, which, of course, in the digester gives a different feed, different input, which, of course, makes the output different as well. Luckily, there's a big delay in that process, so the output doesn't change immediately, but still it has an impact on the fertilizer input, etc., that we get. So this is a process that we're optimizing right now, and we hope by 1 year, 1.5 years from now, that we can improve those numbers even more. But what I just actually want to bring along here with this message is what we've done here is we've partnered with two companies, one in our industry, one outside of our industry, and the improvements we're able to get here are already huge. Everybody here talks about collaborating. Well, if we work together, we're right now in a time where it's really challenging, especially here in Europe. Geopolitical, I think we haven't seen this in the last decades. But there's also often a period of time where a lot of innovation is created. So let's all put our heads together. I would also like to reach out my hand to everybody who wants to collaborate and work on this. All our data on this is available online. You can all access it, see where it comes from. So do not hesitate. Please get in touch with me or our company, and let us stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. An admirable example of giving to receive. Fourth, we have someone who's already developed a $100 million brand in burgers and is now the Chief Executive Officer of Freight Farms in the United States. He believes everyone can become a freight farmer. Rick Van Zura. Rick.
Thanks, Richard. So it's great to be here, and I love to hear all the collaboration because, honestly, for all of us, a rising tide is going to lift all boats, and all of us are going to be better off collectively if this industry succeeds, and we're all seen as successful. So I really mean it. I root for everybody in this room, and it's at a minimum co-opetition. So there's been a lot of talk about scale here, and we're also committed to scale, but we're committed to scale in a much different way than most of the people in this room. So far, the talk's been largely about large infrastructure plays. Our view towards scaling is our power comes from the power of the community and the power of increasing the number of nodes on our network. And that really is rooted in what this slide is about and what this presentation is about, which is that everyone can be a freight farmer. So our mission is really twofold. One is sustainability, which I think we all share. One of my favorite quotes is a Native American proverb: we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. And having 3 children, I feel that every day, and I hear it every day from all of them. And so we all have an obligation to continue to work towards sustainability, which was a lot of what the manifesto was about. But the other thing that we're focused on is democratization of access to food. And democratization is a function of lowering the barriers from a cost perspective, lowering the barriers from a location perspective, and lowering the barriers from a capability perspective, so truly everybody anywhere in the world can be a farmer. So hopefully I can go back. So with that, our solution is a container farm, standard shipping container by size, anything but standard in terms of what's inside, a bunch of patents that have been developed over a decade that cover every aspect of a complete customer solution. And we've really focused on the entire solution to make sure that we lower those barriers to entry. So the farm itself, the Greenery S, you can grow roughly 2 acres of crops in an 8 by 40 foot shipping container. That's powered by a controller we built ourselves that essentially gives unlimited degrees of freedom on controlling the farm. And then we built a software stack on top of that where you can run the farm to pre-programmed recipes that we're developing based on our research and the learnings from the community, but also give you a lot of capabilities to manage that farm yourself, either in-farm or remotely because it's mobile enabled. We've also optimized our own line of refillables, specifically to optimize performance in the farm. And then finally, we provide a lot of training and support along with the farm. So the farm itself to democratization and being able to grow anywhere. Obviously, one of the great advantages of a container farm is you can put it anywhere that you can carry a shipping container, which is literally anywhere in the world. So you can put a farm in places where there's great land scarcity, water scarcity, and just space, and you can grow anywhere at any time. And again, it's designed to be versatile in terms of the training required. So back to Farmhand, very powerful software that not only enables control, but takes away all of the really high-skilled functions that you would need to perform in the farm. We typically find for our farmers that after a day and a half of training, they're able to begin to operate the farm, and then we help them through their first harvest, which typically takes 7 weeks. And generally, after 7 weeks of farming, a farmer has gone through all of the cycles related to running the farm and can be pretty self-sufficient. Again, either running according to our recipes that we've developed, or it gives you the ability to customize. So one of our huge advantages is extreme control within the farm. So it's a very highly controlled climate, given that it's within that fully self-contained shipping container. Allows you to control all of the environmental variables to take advantage of consumables that are optimized, and also take advantage of those, relatively speaking, infinite degrees of freedom of our controller and the power of the software to dial in very specific characteristics to command a premium for getting those premium characteristics out of crops, or also focusing on specialty, very hard to grow crops, many of which you can see here. So the real power back to scale for us is building this community of farmers around the world. We're now actually in 37 countries around the world and have over 500 farms operating, over 1,000 different farmers working in those farms. So we're able to collect data through our software, through cameras in the farms, and then we can gather the collective experience of all of our farmers in the community to continue to learn, adapt, develop new recipes, drive increased yields, differentiated characteristics at a rate others can't, just because we have the power of that network, the largest IoT-connected network of commercial farmers in the world. So what it means for our specific farmers and part of that journey and democratizing access, it really starts with an onboarding call with the sales rep who helps prepare the farmer for the journey and go through all of the steps that they'll need to go through to set up the farm. The next step is we have all of the farmers come to a day and a half of farm camp in Boston, where they learn the basics of farming, and that not only includes how to grow the crops, but also all of the business elements, how to establish a market in a local community, what markets we sell into, et cetera. And then we provide a combination of on-site launch and training, as well as a number of tools that are included in our Farm Hand Academy to help you grow. A number of digital resources as well that folks can take advantage of, some of which I've mentioned, but also the knowledge base has a lot of power. And then we provide technical support where we have remote access into what's going on with your farm, so we can remotely diagnose, help you troubleshoot, and that customer support comes with the purchase of the farm and is available at any time. And really the most power, again, comes from the community. We have a feature called Community, but one of the things our farmers really enjoy is being aligned with like-minded people, all who share a sense of not only operating the farm, but commitment to a mission, but they're doing it around the world. So they get to share a lot more than just farming experience. They really get to share being part of a culture. So our farmers come from a diverse set of backgrounds with a diverse set of missions. Brightbox in Kodiak, Alaska is a great example of farmers addressing needs in an extreme climate where they really are the only source for much of what they grow, and so they go direct to consumer to command a significant premium. In islands, we're very popular. Eden Farms in the Bahamas. That's actually a picture of the Prime Minister at the launch event. It was such a big deal there, taking advantage of the farm's capability to deal with their land and water scarcity. Lotus House is around disadvantaged, underprivileged mothers and children, and serving that community with engagement opportunities and food. And then we're very big in education, dozens of colleges and universities. So here's just a sample of not only the small business farmers, but the range of institutional clients who have bought farms. We serve both for-profit and not-for-profit. About 30% is actually not-for-profit, where they take advantage of the education and learning opportunities. And it all comes back to all of the advantages within a container and a network that democratize access to food, making it available anytime, anywhere, with low barriers to entry. Thank you.
Thank you. Aren't they these great and very diverse stories? Finally, we have a master's in environmental technology and someone with a consulting career at IBM. She founded Grow Up Farms in the UK 9 years ago and serves as their Director of Brand and Strategy. Her focus is to keep people and culture at the forefront. Kate Hoffman.
Thanks, Richard. It's a pleasure to be here and to be talking to you all today, and it's especially a pleasure for me not to be talking about vertical farming for maybe the first time at a conference in almost 10 years. I'm going to tell you some of the things that we have worked on at Grow Up Farms to keep people and culture at the forefront. These are not IP protectable or even particularly my ideas. These are well-known concepts that we've found to be very successful in building a fantastic team. And although what we produce is salad, I would say that our people are our biggest asset and therefore the most important thing for us as a company. So I'm going to talk about 3 things that we work on at Grow Up that we think are really important for creating a fantastic working culture. The first one's values. The second one is psychological safety. And the third one is about treating people as whole people. But before I do any of that, I'll just tell you a bit about myself. Tom, I might allow you to have access to the more up-to-date photo of me. Not so much in a farm, but this was taken by my son. I think it's quite a good shot. I co-founded what was then called Grow Up Urban Farms back in 2013. I'm now the director of brand at Grow Up Farms. What I'm really passionate about, what gets me out of bed in the morning, actually what gets me out of bed in the morning is a 5-year-old. But if it weren't for him, what would get me out of bed in the morning is my passion for sustainable food and for brands and businesses that really stand for something. And that's because I think that business can be the most powerful positive force for change, and that in this room and listening online, we've got a collection of people who have the capability and the drive to create that change. As Richard mentioned, I started my career working at IBM, where I really liked the work I was doing, but ultimately I was helping big companies make more money, and it wasn't particularly fulfilling. And so when I founded this business, it was because I saw an incredible opportunity to take new and existing technology and grow food in a more sustainable way. I'm mum to a dog called Pickle, my son Caspian, and my favorite food is an artichoke lasagna, which definitely doesn't sound as good as the one that I had. It was absolutely fantastic. Happy to talk about that afterwards if anybody has any more questions. So on to my first point. Great business is values-driven. We're here because we've got some incredible technology and opportunity at our fingers, but actually, the businesses that we create should be driven by values. And as a founding team or as a bigger business, any point in your development, you can agree on those values that actually drive behavior and work. They aren't just words to go on your website. They are things that you have to be able to live and breathe. So I've included our values here. We're pioneering in all aspects of how we approach our mission. We believe in being tenacious to get stuff done. We're open to new ideas, new perspectives, and new opportunities. And we value understanding, whether that's skills, knowledge, or empathy. But the thing about these values is that we have to revisit them constantly because we have to always check we are behaving in ways that work that actually live these values. We have to check that we're not doing things that conflict with these values, and we have to check with our staff and with our team if there are things that we should be doing more of to live these values. And so, whilst I'm not recommending ripping the values up and starting from scratch once a year, I would say that it is important to acknowledge that you might not get them right first time, and that certainly in our business, there are no sacred cows. So you have to be prepared to let things go if they're not serving you anymore. My second point is around psychological safety. And if you've not come across the term before, it means the sense of knowing that you can admit to mistakes and raise challenges and you'll still be supported by your team. And I think it's really important to point out that for me, this is not just about knowing that you won't be criticized. It's about knowing that when you bring challenges, when you admit to doing things or getting things wrong, you've got the support of your team to do things better. And that's really important when you're trying to create a culture across your business that is consistent. Because lots of us will have companies where we have what looks on the face of it like some quite different teams working in quite different ways. You'll have your operational business, you might have an engineering team, you might have a research team, you might have a commercial and marketing team, and all of those teams will need to act in quite different ways to get their work done and achieve their goals. But underlying all of that, they have to have something that pulls them all together. And creating that sense of psychological safety for everyone and underpinning that with the values that drive your business is how you create that sense of one team and one culture, regardless of what sort of work you're doing on a day-to-day basis. The third and final thing I'm going to talk about is bringing your whole self to work and how you treat people. Because if you value someone's whole self, and if you show your team that you appreciate who they are and value what they bring as a whole person, then they're going to bring that whole person to work and they're going to perform like a superstar. This is my chief operating officer and our head of projects performing like superstars and pretending to be wind turbines. They actually, I think I personally would say, are a lot more impressive in their day jobs. But my point here is that you have to accept that people are people; they're not machines. And I was really interested by what one of the speakers at the beginning of the day reflected on. That what's slightly unusual about what we do is we have the rational data and the rational technology, and then we have this stochastic part of what happens when you grow plants. And obviously, people are the same. You can't always predict what they're going to do. You can't always expect them to behave the same way. But if you can build space for that in your team, you'll get the best out of people. So those are the three things I briefly wanted to talk on, what we've made work at Grow Up. I'd be delighted to hear from other people about what you've tried and what works, what doesn't work in your organizations in terms of creating those great teams and great cultures. And you can start doing this at any point in your business journey. It doesn't matter whether you've got one person, one plant growing, or really big teams across multiple sites. There's always an opportunity to build a fantastic culture and ultimately a more successful business.
So Daniel, Andreas, Martin, and Rick, if you come and join us, and Kate, of course, you're already here. So I'll try not to put my back to people over there, but I need to be able to see everybody as well. So come and join us. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask each one of you what you'd like to ask one of the others of you, because we've covered so much ground in this session already, and I'm sure that each one of you must have a question of the other. So just think about one question to one of the other people. But I want to ask one or two factual questions first, and do put up your questions on Slido, if you would, please, because we'll try and get through a few more of them. Daniel, can I ask you first, what percentage of your costs are labor and what percentage energy?
Well, the energy well outdoes the labor part. So to give you an idea of our large-scale facilities that we're rolling out now, I think traditionally we would have seen around 100 staff members required to operate one of those. We do that with around 15. So energy is by far our higher cost.
So energy is how much percentage?
I couldn't quote that straight off.
Okay, but is it is it above 60, above?
No, it would be probably around that 10 to 15%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And labour, have you got labour down to less than 20%? Or?
Yes, I mean, our labour's more skilled labour than you'd find traditionally in farming. So to operate our facilities, it's more maintenance engineers. They've previously been designing and engineering machines in the past, and now they're maintaining them. Yeah. So we're having to pay that labour more than you would see traditionally.
Right.
And then a small portion, probably half of that team is then made up of the general production team. And mostly what they're doing is maintaining the feed going into the machines and also cleaning at the end of cycles, etc.
And how do you measure your efficiency? Do you get to sort of 95% efficiency of capacity, or is it 85%? Or
Yeah, so 95% is what we're working to now.
Right.
But we're obviously always trying to improve upon that.
Yeah. Rick, I wanted to ask you about what does it cost to buy a container?
The MSRP is 149,000 US.
And do I get a fully operational plus software?
It's turnkey, so the farm is 149,000, and then the software's 200 a month, and then you could buy consumables from us, or you could buy it yourself. Although we optimize consumables specifically for the farm, so generally farmers.
And could I rent?
We have very few examples of that. It's something that we would like to develop a leasing program in the future, but we currently don't have one.
And if I started up tomorrow, how long would it take for me to become profitable? On a sort of a running cost basis.
We generally tell people target 6 months. The first 6 months is a startup period.
Interesting. And Andreas, sort of a mass price. You're matching normal supermarket prices.
Yeah, so if you are a store owner today in Sweden, you basically pay the same price for our product as you do for the imported private label one. Then in the store, it can be some store match the price, some stores put it 1 Swedish crown, 0.1 euro over, and some store actually put it 0.1 euro under the price. So, but mostly we are per priced exactly.
And is that hard or manageable?
Hard to do what?
To get to that price comparability. I mean,
the approach.
It's just you have to do it, so you do it.
Yeah. So the approach we had. So when I was starting out, I'm coming from a sales and business development background. I just went into some stores and asked, "What are the price you're paying today?" To get a handle of it, and that was 2018. I did those studies basically, and then understood. Okay, so when I'm there, we can start selling. So we had the other way around.
It's all about margin, isn't it? So
yeah,
if you can match their margin and you can improve on something else.
Yeah, exactly. And then we did a lot about what you're talking about also. Okay, we need to bring the manufacturing process to the level that we can charge that price.
Yeah. Martin, I wanted to ask about the economics of anaerobic. Installing anaerobic is quite expensive, isn't it?
Correct. So from a business case perspective, we haven't analyzed the full solution yet. We've just looked at the indoor farm integration right now. However, the party we're working with there actually has a high cost of getting rid of their waste, their food waste, which is actually a plus by integrating the anaerobic digestion. But I cannot give you an ROI on that one today.
Okay. So, and Kate, what about the rest of the non-people things? Are there any, and why don't you ask the first question to everybody else, or one of the others? The non-people side, are you in agreement with what everybody is saying about actually minimizing the use of people, or do you think that there is an alternative model which is based on people?
I think it's got to be somewhere in the middle. I think somebody in the previous session said that as well. And it will partly depend on what market you're serving and what your...
Yeah, because we're talking as if it's a homogenous world, which of course it isn't.
It's not, and it depends who your customer is and who your end consumer is. And certainly there will be different levels of comfort and sort of acceptance from customers based on how they approach food safety in terms of actually how much automation and how much human intervention.
So do you have the same problems as everyone else on energy costs, on just managing technology and software and breeding and growth and so on?
So my figures are going to be a bit out of date because I am not up to date with the current price impact of the war in Ukraine on energy costs in the UK. But as of the end of last year, if you were a grid-connected vertical farm in the UK, electricity or energy would have been about 40% of your operating costs.
Right.
So and labour would have been about 10%. So you can deal with lots of little things, but if you want to have a big impact on your cost of operations, you've got to look at energy.
That presumably is including your capital costs. Or is that
that's OPEX.
That's
sorry.
OPEX,
OPEX,
okay, right,
yeah. So energy is a big part of running the farm. And what we have is a co-location model with existing energy generation, where we take both renewable heat and electricity, And that's allowed us to significantly reduce our energy requirement. So that allows us to be very cost effective with our production. There's obviously more optimization. I thought it was fascinating what you're saying about approaching it from a process point of view. There's always going to be more that we can all do to optimize by process. I think there's always more to do. And that was one part of your question. I think you actually asked me.
Well, Kate, you struck a
things.
chord because 4 people have already said, Kate, can we have the recipe for artichoke lasagna?
Oh my God, I wish I knew. I didn't make it. I just ate it somewhere. But basically, what I think they did, I think they roast the artichokes and they made it into a ragu. So it was like having mince inside a regular lasagna. And it was an Italian restaurant. So I sort of want to tell myself it was authentic. But thanks. My team's going to be super pleased that I came here, and this is what I spent my time on stage.
Right, so you've made your mark. While I've got it, I'll have another question. Thank you very much for very interesting presentations. Have the companies prepared life cycle analyses for their products? Do consumers, investors demand this? So let's just go round you all. Rick, have you done LCAs?
We did one about 2 years ago. We haven't updated it, and one of the things we talked about as a group on the vertical farming policy group is using SBTI as the framework, which isn't what we used. So I would say that's a piece of work that we need to
So you have
update.
done it, and you know that there's more to be done?
Correct.
Yeah.
We are currently doing ours
Okay.
together with a research institute in Sweden who have done this for other vertical farms also.
Okay.
So in a couple of months, I have my figures.
Okay, and will that go on a website, or will that just be for internal management purposes?
Very good question. The idea will definitely be to spread it. If it goes on the website or not, I had to ask.
Okay,
my
fair enough.
team.
Yeah.
We've worked with a company that wants to use our technology to scale to see, is this now actually more sustainable than buying greenhouse-grown or imported products? And the conclusion of that LCA was actually that if more than 20% of the energy going into the indoor farm comes from renewable sources, the indoor farm was more sustainable than the import. Important remark there, where the import distance was 3,000 kilometers on average. Which also meant that for that company, that any
It's
country...
so important, isn't it, to have the full picture and not just pick one thing?
It's difficult.
Yeah.
But the conclusion was then that every country that produces mainly energy through coal or oil was out of the scope for that client.
Right, interesting. Thank you.
Daniel. Yeah, our CFO's done a lot of work in that area, obviously with our retail partners, etc. as well. We as a company right now are moving towards biogas power plants. I mean, biogas is coming on the grid in Australia, which is obviously helpful in relation to that, but yeah.
Okay.
We're powered by 100% renewable energy through a private wire that we're directly connected to. And we've carried out a carbon intensity study of the product that we'll be producing from the farm that we're building at the moment. So that was looking with a boundary of seeding to seeding to distribution hubs, so not all the way to end shop or end consumer, but into a distribution hub. And we used that in comparison to the benchmark data that was produced by the AHDB, which is basically if you're not from the UK, it doesn't mean anything, and I can't actually remember what it stands for. It's basically the UK Agricultural Board.
Agricultural, Horticultural
Development Board.
Or
I did know what it stands for. So they produced a benchmark for salad, for lettuce production in the UK, and so we've been able to benchmark ourselves against that. We've just completed that.
How did you come out?
Very well. we were surprisingly pleased with the results. It was Scope 1 and Scope 2. Okay. We haven't done a full Scope 3 analysis yet to be able to do that. What we're now working out is how do we share that information, because we see ourselves as part of a heritage and future of sustainable British farming in the UK. And so it's really important for us that we're not just positioning ourselves as somehow automatically better than the conventional supply chain. And we also don't necessarily know what those numbers mean in comparison to
members
other
of,
types
not opponents of.
Yeah.
Very
anyway, but it's on the top of my mind at the moment. Sort of how do we use that information publicly? We'll share it with our customers to help them inform their supply chain decisions. But I think it's been very interesting today for me hearing some of the absolutely justifiable calls to action of how we need to think about sharing that information.
So what about questions you have of each other? Who wants to ask a question of one of the others? What did you... Yeah, go on.
I have a question for Andreas. I really understand the advantage you see of going to use buildings and having the electricity grid in place. But I also see the challenges and all the surprises you get there. But then I wonder from an investment perspective, like total cost, if you would start just building from a clean box or starting from this, well, building which will give any kind of surprise which you don't know in advance. Yeah. Have you made that analysis?
So it's a great question. How much do you really save?
Yeah. So it depends a lot. It depends on what kind of building you're entering. I can tell you from the first facility we built now, we had a lot of learning money, of course, in building our first facility. Not only that we had to do with finding out railroad, it had to do also with building our first commercial scale facility. But I mean, when you look at the second facility we're entering in now, which is in much better shape, I don't have the exact numbers on what we save, but I know that we have compared it to actually building something also close to. So these facilities are located very close to each other, and there are empty farmlands around it. So we have also looked at an evergreen solution, but still find that, okay, it seems to be the best to build inside the building. And to get me right on the electrical infrastructure, it's not the one in the building you get, but yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, that's one. Okay, go on, yours.
I have a question for Daniel.
Sure.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No problem.
I really liked your approach to thinking about process. And I know you were starting by thinking, okay, how do we do this? How do we optimize this at scale? But do you think you'll ever get to a point where you can design that process so it can be scaled back down and be efficient? Is that something that you've looked at?
So I guess looking at what country you're in depends on what problems you have, right? So in Australia, we've got very high sort of hourly rates in labour. We've got a workforce that no longer wants to work in farms. So we've had to look at solving problems that other countries may not. And I think good process flow doesn't have to involve automation. You can have the most fantastic process flow, and as long as it's laid out right and things are moving between workers, et cetera, and passing through, you can achieve a very high throughput. So no, I think definitely it can be scaled back. Yeah.
So you can scale back?
I think you can, and yeah, country specific. I think in Australia we'd struggle, but if we were looking at other countries in which labour was not as expensive, then we definitely could.
Okay, thank you.
Question for Kate. I love your work with really focusing on the people. How have you worked with your values? Have you used the kind of magnify glass approach where you have looked at the team and see how are they behaving? These seem to be our values. Or have you, as the early team, been like, this is how we want to be, and try to make that clear for everybody coming in? Or how have you worked with this?
Bottom up or top down?
Yeah, sorry to sound like a broken record, but a little bit of both. So we use them as part of our recruitment process. So we make sure that whatever role we're recruiting for, doesn't matter how senior or how junior into the business, we ask people questions to elicit from them the behaviours that we would see as being in line with the values that we have as a business. So a really tricky one of those values I mentioned, a really tricky one to get people to speak about is tenacity, because lots of people, maybe just in the UK, people are quite sort of self-evasive. They don't necessarily know that what they're doing is tenacious. So we use it in recruitment, and then we use it to hold ourselves to account as a management team. So it's a really good way of thinking, are we, as the leaders of the business, modeling the right behavior that's going to encourage the right behavior across the business? And then we've used it as a way of engaging our team to get their input into what we should be doing in terms of behaviors. So we sit everyone down and say, what behaviors do we do at the moment that live our values? What do we need to be doing more of? What are we not doing at all? And what should we be doing less of because it doesn't fit with what our values are?
Great, thank you. You got one, Daniel? Okay, Rick.
Well, mine, I'd be interested in anybody's take on this, so maybe you could direct it to one. But there are obviously a lot of levers to improve economics. If you're going to focus on the highest impact one, what would it be? And how much opportunity do you think there is in that one lever?
So what could you do better economically, as a priority, and how much difference would it make?
Right.
Andreas, why don't you start?
I think there's not just one, but the biggest impact one is yield. I mean, it's clear. It's following from the revenue stream down to the bottom line, basically. And if you unpack yield, well, that's why we're sitting here for 3 days. I can't give that answer in 30 seconds, but you have so many small incremental things there, and the key, of course, is to create uniformity around that. Because when you get uniformity around everything, you also get a uniformity in the forecast to the sales team, so they can also get full utilization out.
And so what is it that creates the best yield? Is it the people? Is it waste? Is it technology?
It's going into the components of the HVAC system, the irrigation system, and everything. I can just tell you some real examples from our farms. So to give an example, we opened up the production April 2021. It took 9 months to build the facility. We were super proud. Yes, we did this fast. So we thought we're going to be at full speed in 3 months. We were not. I can tell you, it's been a journey for 1.5 years, and now we're starting to really pick up the volumes.
Starting to really pick up.
Yeah, still shipping out tons every week. So what kind of issues do you face in uncovering those things that create the yields? Well, one problem, which is easy to describe, was super difficult to find, and this is only one of like 100. Okay. It doesn't seem like the plants are getting same amount of water. Why? The system tells it to get the same amount of water. All the measurement says it's going to get the same water. But if you stand there and look and measure, you can see it doesn't. Why? Well, it turns out that the room over there has more meters of pipeline to it. So the time for the pump needs more time to pressure that pipe to give enough seconds to the... So it's those kind of super detailed problems, many of those.
So your answer is lots of small things?
Yes.
Okay, Martin.
Well, I second yield. But I do think that the next step change when it comes down to yields will be coming from plant genetics and from the breeders. I think creating new cultivars, going back to those original germplasms, and creating crops optimized for our industry, I think that's where the big difference will be made.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it carries on to plant density in relation to those things as well. You know, obviously, the more density we can get in a small area, the higher the yields. I mean, if we start to look at labour for us and the biggest impact that we saw through timing processes and things, it was really the labour was eaten up by either the seeding process or the harvesting process. And without automating things like the harvesting process, we then couldn't add things like bagging lines, etc., because we couldn't feed enough volume through to them. So there's a few key areas that if you focus on as a farm initially, I think you can really get that throughput.
Okay.
We're about to launch a new set of products into a market where people are having to choose between heating and eating at the moment. So for us, it's all to do with energy costs and the impact that's having on our production, on our consumers. And so for me, I already mentioned the percentage that energy represents of operating costs, but I think the biggest challenge that we have to face into is how we use our energy and where we get it from.
Fair enough. Daniel, did you have a question?
No, I think really, us as Stefan, we're really an employee-first company, so culture is a big thing. And I know you've already sort of addressed part of the question I was going to ask, but for us, the hiring process is a really big thing, and we do, there's psychology tests, but they're really more of a mindset. How well is somebody going to fit in within the company? Because we found that one bad egg can really ruin the entire feel and relationship the staff have with each other. Are you finding any methods along those lines that have been really helpful?
We've started to do some internal, so not with people who we're recruiting in, but looking at our management team doing things like Hogan assessments to understand people's drivers and personalities so that we can sort of then see, okay, what are likely to be the behaviours that are going to drive how people lead teams and that kind of thing. That's not a perfect science, so you kind of got to take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah. And I think just to be, the thing that we've found is that you have to work really hard to recruit great people. It's probably also worth pointing out that based on a competition I've had today with one of my competitors, we probably need to ask some of our recruitment agencies to be a little bit more discreet when they're going out, because this is not a big industry. And so people need to not mention who they're recruiting from if they're going to go and approach people in other businesses. So something for us to take home.
Recruitment agencies often go for the most obvious solutions, which is anybody they can think of who's got a profile in the same sector. Yes, fair enough. I've got some questions from others. What's the capital needed to start a vertical farm? And you've already answered that to some extent, 149,000 for a container, which is pretty affordable. What sort of sales can you get after the 6 months? What sort of sales can you get from a container that's working effectively, for over a 12-month period?
So we would say optimum performance would be about 140,000 a year
of revenue,
and that's based on focusing on direct-to-consumer as the primary market, followed by hospitality, followed by grocery. Would say in sort of realistic bumps and bruises in sort of middle market, probably more like 90 to 100,000 would be.
Okay. And staffing required? Do I need 3 people, 2 people?
It takes about 20 hours a week, roughly, to operate the farm, and then some additional time for business development,
That's pretty good, actually, isn't it? That is pretty impressive. Any other capital costs? I mean, presumably some of you are spending 10 million, and some of you are spending, I don't know, repurposing. To get to stage 1, was that a sort of 150,000 euro type affair, or was it 10 times that?
Well, the pilot facility, I actually don't remember, because you also put in a lot of just muscle work
Yes.
at the beginning that you don't measure. So that's a bit unclear, I would say, to build a pilot facility. I don't remember. But looking at our large-scale facilities, and we have discussed in this room today a lot about figures and transparency and so on. I mean, our first large-scale facility with a few million euro of learning money, I would say, it's about 18 million euro. And then
18?
You have 18, and then you have a high level of automation in that, so you bring the OPEX down significantly.
And so 18 million euros, you talked about quite a big square meterage.
7,000 square meters.
Are you filling all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so 18 million...
Yeah, it's not growing area everywhere. You have the
No,
packaging
of course,
area.
yeah. But 18 million euros for 7,000 square meters of overall space. And what's the sort of turnover that you can expect from that in year 3 or year 4? Is that...
Well, you are around 10 million euro a year.
So that's a pretty powerful number. Any other numbers any of you would like to share? I mean, I just think it's immensely helpful to have even any indication. So, Martin, have you got any?
Yeah, well, if I look at investment costs, we're around the same numbers, starting at 150 and goes up from there. What's more difficult is like, okay, what does the revenue our clients generate, right? Like, we have one client in the US who's maybe doing $4 per pound or 3.5. We have another guy in Tahiti who's selling microgreens to local restaurants, which are normally flown in from Paris by plane, and he's selling it for 200 euros a kilogram. So, right, that's a complete different business case, where the last one is actually in a better position, of course. Well, I think if we're looking at standardization, at creating metrics where we can really compare solutions, is looking at these inputs per kilogram of biomass for a certain end product, that would be the best way to go forward, because everything else will be depending on a case-to-case, geography by geography.
Would you say that to set up a serious scaled business rather than a container business, that you'd be unable to do it for less than 5 million or unable to do it less than 10 million euros?
I think will be more. I think if you really want to go, from our experience, to a large scale, including automation, you're looking at 5,000 square meters of growing surface at least.
So
we need to integrate all the automated
baseline.
processes.
Yeah, okay.
And then you have to take it from there.
So
there or larger.
So it's 15 million euros plus.
It will be around between, well, let's say between 17 and 20, yeah.
17 and 20.
Yeah.
Do you have any numbers you can share, Daniel? Or you don't have to be your numbers, but just generic numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends how far you're going with automation, but more importantly, it's how far you're going with quality of materials that you're constructing with, right? So we operate with a 20-year lifespan on equipment, structures, etc. plus. where components on that is then maintainable. So, you know, we're replacing bearings, might be replacing motors, but structurally it's there to last 20 years plus. So that means we're using, you know, 316 stainless steel throughout the whole facility. So our fit-out costs are a lot more, but in the long run, we get a long return.
So because it's all technology, it's a higher capital cost, but it's a lower running cost. Okay?
We're a grower. We're not a technology business, so we started from the point of what problems can we solve for consumers, and once we understood what that market was and what the size of that market was and what the opportunity was, we then worked back and...
But you said your people cost was only 10%. I mean, that's quite low.
Yes, in terms of operating costs. But what I was going to say is if you're interested in setting up your own farm and you think you've got a strong business case in your area for where you can supply the produce, then I'd encourage you to go and speak to some of our tech partners, speak to some of the other companies here who provide end-to-end turnkey solutions, because then it just provide those solutions that'll help you work through the business case that you need to put in place to go and
We're running out of time, and I've got one or two more questions I'm going to quickly ask them. Kate, what will you advise someone who wants to start a vertical farm company like you did, lessons you learned? Just a couple of quick lessons.
Find really fantastic partners to work with, because you won't be able to do it all by yourself.
So don't invent the wheel. It's already been invented, but pick the best wheel that's around.
Yeah. I think I said it with my slides, but don't be afraid to slaughter your sacred cows. I hope that translates outside of English, right? I mean, don't have anything that you hold so unbreakable that you can't be flexible about it.
Yeah. And actually, that's often a problem for startup businesses. They think they've got this magic idea, and they don't want to change it, but they've got to. Yeah. Okay. To Daniel, can you explain further the importance of mass balance and the challenges to achieve this from an existing setup to deliver serious throughput? Can you explain the question first, and then explain the answer to it?
I think I've covered enough of that in the presentation, but yeah, I can just reiterate. I think that the whole mass balance and I'll cut it back a bit more simply. If we've got 12 machines in a facility, I think that the big issue is if one of those is slower than another, and we've got a time frame we need to operate within, we've got to improve upon that single
And that's
step
what happens
the
in
process.
every production system, that something doesn't have the extra flexibility and holds you up.
Food production's been doing this for 50 years.
Last one was for Kate. Can your focus on creating a positive company culture be replicated in vertical farming operations with deeply ingrained negative cultures? Ooh, how difficult is this? So how do you transform the culture of a business? Is there one thing? I would just say pay attention to the people, because if you've got something wrong, you've got to put it right.
Yeah, and I think in order for that scenario that you've described to come about, you have to fix it it happens from the top, and so you have to address it from the top. And so maybe in an organization like that, one of the things that you need to do is actually create that psychological safety for the leadership team, because if that doesn't exist there for them, then you're never going to be able to create it for the rest of the organization. So, but yeah, I mean, I would say that there's nothing that can't be fixed, because we're all, if we can all be flexible.
Yeah. Last word to each of you, and start with Kate and work towards me. Anything you want to add? Anything that sort of message you would like to sort of give to the rest of the industry about I wish, if only?
I suppose I wish that the energy industry would hurry up and entirely decarbonize all of the energy that we all used across the world, because then we wouldn't be having a lot of the conversations that we're having here.
Daniel, it can't get bigger than that, can it?
You asked.
I don't know, I guess maybe a little less marketing, a little bit more focus on solving some of the industry issues would be nice.
No, it's okay. Stop the hype.
Yep.
Get on with it and do it properly.
That's it.
Okay? Martin.
Well, I'm now 8 years in this industry, and first years were a lot of talk of sharing more data, being more open.
Share.
I'm happy to see that the last years this is already happening, and I can only hope that next year when I'm here again, this will have been continuing and have been happening more.
I think we need to set up a sort of a bit of a group to get that moving so that your lead and what other people feel can actually be translated into setting some benchmarks, setting some KPIs, and then gathering the information on a consistent basis. Yeah, Andreas.
I think that we need to talk more about the unit economics, and I like we have addressed it several times with profitability in this conference, which I think is good, because talking about capex as we just did is just as irrelevant as talking about kilos per square meter floor area. It doesn't really matter. Everything is about, if you build high or low, doesn't matter if it's a cost question in the end. So it's all about, okay, what does it cost you with capex, depreciation, everything included to produce a kilo of salad? That's what's mattering, and we need to talk more about that.
Yeah.
And also look more to the food industry have solved a lot of the issues that vertical farms are facing now. The only unique issues we have are due to the ecosystem, nothing else.
Interesting, thank you. Rick?
And as I said in my presentation, I wish you all much success, and I look forward to continuing what we started with the manifesto today, because at the end of the day, all of us to succeed are going to rely on this industry succeeding, and one of my big takeaways here is all of us have work to do on that front, and all of us can help each other on that work. So again, I wish you all much success.
Thank you to our panel. Thank you to Daniel, to Andreas, to Martin, to Rick, and to Kate. We have another break, and we come back at 4:10, please. Thank you. Thank you.
test. 1, 2, 3, test.
We're getting a bit quieter. It's been a long day. But we've got a bit more of interest to you, I think. So this last session is about facts, figures, claims, and communications. And we have 3 notable speakers. First of all, we return to Tisha Livingston on standardization and benchmarking for improved efficiency. And she already touched on it, but she's going to tell us more. Tisha Livingston.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the resounding applause. It's hard. Thank you. It's hard to get it started, right? I'm standing in between us and cocktails or something, this panel and the next 3. So really, I'm Tisha Livingston. I'm from 80 Acres Farms, and I really wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about building an industry through standardization and the importance of standardization. So a little bit about a little bit about us and 80 Acres Farms. My business partner and I, Mike, spent decades in the food industry. And it was working through the food industry that helped me recognize the fragility of our food supply. We recognize that the way that you grow conventionally outdoors does not work anymore. There are so many issues that growers today are struggling with. Rain, sun, pests, soil. When you think about all of the things that are going on in the world with global warming and with climate change, you recognize that it's a struggle to be able to feed people in the industry. And the other thing is, not only is it a struggle for the growers, but all the consumers are disappointed. They're really disappointed in the quality, they're disappointed in the nutrition, and they're disappointed in the whole experience. So part of what I did, 30 years in the food industry, and then I decided that I was going to leave the executive jobs running companies like Del Monte and Segra Creek and Advanced Pierre, and I was going to go take this journey called vertical farming. And I was going to quit my job, and I was going to start this company with my business partner. And 7 years ago, if I would have told you that, 7 years when I did tell people that I was quitting and I was joining vertical farming, everyone thought I had lost my mind. And I said, no, really, we're going to change the way the world eats. We're going to change food supply. And everyone thought I was crazy or was having a midlife crisis, one or the other, I'm not sure. And it might have been true. But 7 years later, let's talk about it. We, as an industry, are feeding millions of people. We are feeding healthy, natural, great produce globally around the world. And we are making impact. We still have a long way to go. Let's not pretend that we don't have a lot of issues. We have energy issues. We have lots of issues. But we're making progress. And the thing about making progress, and really when we think about building out this industry, one of the things that I'm passionate about, and probably you guys are getting tired of me talking about, but is standardization. We have to standardize the way we talk about the industry. We have to standardize the way that we think about how we measure success. And there's a couple reasons why. For one, I hate the idea of us producing commodity product, right? Because we want to differentiate. How do we differentiate? We create an identity. We figure out who we are. The second thing is we need to be able to get beyond this nascent industry, this private equity world where we're trying to continue to raise equity to be able to put assets in the ground. We have to be able to get to debt. We have to be able to change our capital structure in order to be able to really be able to take our industry to the next level and really scale. So one of the things that we talked about a little bit earlier that really kind of makes me crazy is when we start talking about standardization of yields, and we start comparing farms. We compare a farm to a vertical farm. And when you think about it, how many of you actually go to the farm to get your food? How many of you do? Anybody? Anybody go to the farm? Unless you have a vertical farm and you're getting your food, that doesn't count. You're probably not going to the farm. And the reason that it makes me crazy when we start talking about benchmarking and we're benchmarking outdoor agriculture or greenhouse agriculture with a vertical farm is it doesn't make sense. It's totally disingenuous. This is what it looks like for field production. This is an outdoor farm. These are experiences that I had. These are my pictures in my Rolodex. Yes, I have pictures, few pictures of my kids, mostly pictures of plants. The far right corner is open field. That's what it looks like when you're producing leafy greens in the open field. That big center picture, that big beauty there, that is a truck that takes the leafy produce from the field into the processing house. And there's a series of conveyors. Those conveyors are shaking and they're using air to be able to get rid of sticks and rocks and clumps of dirt and, oh yeah, frogs and crickets and everything else that's in there. Those are shaker conveyors. You're seeing all of the loss on the floor or on the ground. Then you see that there's conveyance loss. There's issues. There's loss throughout the process just to get it from the field into a processing facility. These are pictures indicative of what we're doing out in open field every day. So do you think that the farmer is taking that into account when they're talking about the cost of field production? No, they're not talking about that. Because this is the conventional produce supply chain. You've got a farm, then it's trucked, and then it goes to a packer and a processor, and then it's trucked again, and it goes to a cold storage, and then it's trucked, and it goes to a regional warehouse. You get the idea. Look at all of the touch points. Look at all of the carbon. Look at all of the waste that we have. Look at the cost that we are paying when we think about getting salad from the farm to the retailer, to the consumer. And guess what? $162 billion, this is US, billion with a B, is lost every year annually getting through this process. And it takes 10 to 11 days to get from the farm to the consumer. You're losing about 45% of the nutrients. So when we think about cost and we think about measurement, one of the things that I really would like to do is I would like to make sure that we're thinking about our solution as a disruptive solution. We're thinking about our farm as the packer, the grower, the packer, the processor, the distribution. We're getting rid of all of those pieces of the supply chain, and we're going directly to the retailer, which is better for the consumer, it's better for the vertical farming growers, but we have to get credit where credit is due. And so when we start thinking about benchmarking and we think about cost within our supply chain, we need to be thinking about what that looks like, what our supply chain looks like, comparing it not to the open field, but think about what it looks like for their full supply chain. So what we need to do is we need to speak a common language. So field to field is one example, but then there's also things when we all talk about our yield, our production. Everybody knows, I think, that yield is the key driver, yield and price. We don't talk a lot about price. We've talked a lot about cost. Yield and price are the two key drivers of a profitable vertical farm. If you can get more yield, but how do we measure yield? Some people measure it as square footage. Square footage of what? Square footage of the farm, square footage of the cultivation space, square footage of the grow room, but not where the plants aren't, but where the plants are, cubic space. All of us in our industry, we're talking about things in different ways. We're measuring them differently. We need to get to the point where we are able to create a common language so that we can all talk the same way. Because guess what? When we start talking about these crazy yields or these crazy metrics, we lose credibility in the space. And what we need to do is we need to be able to gain credibility. We need to be able to gain credibility and profitability so that we can then convert our business from this VC, high equity, private equity world where we're giving our businesses away and we have unrealistic expectations to more patient capital, to the point of debt. So what we're doing, what I am requesting, what I would love, is for all of you to think about figuring out how we can standardize the way that we talk about the business. Farm Tech Society, I am the vice chair of Farm Tech Society, passionate supporter of the Benchmark Data Initiative. Super excited that we're partnering with RII so that we can get this kicked off. But as an industry, we need to start thinking about how we can work together, how we can have a common language around our key metrics, and how we can move our industry forward. We need to work together to build trust and build the industry. It's the only way that we're going to be able to be successful. It's the only way we're going to be able to take this industry from its nascent claims and hobby farms to real food production so that we can really change the way the world eats. Thank you.
Thank you, Tisha. A small ask for a big ask. Second, we have a speaker who comes from Korea, where he researched electronics technology and worked as a greenhouse manufacturer. He founded N-Thing, which he started with nothing, so called it N-Thing, in 2014, and he is its CEO. He has developed a particular interest in showcasing city farming to consumers. Haeyeon Kim.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Leo Kim, CEO of N-Thing. We are based in Seoul, Korea, and provide the freshest leafy greens and developing herbs, strawberries, and medical hemp. Also, we offer turnkey vertical farm solutions. We are the leading vertical farm company in Korea and got investment and work with tech, energy, construction, trading, and retail companies like Samsung, LG, or Hyundai Motors. I was a software developer and was inspired by the internet industry. So software is eating the world is an old meme in internet industry, and I think now software has to feed the world. Yeah, because climate change is real, but organic farming is actually worse for climate change. In Korea, we don't have any farmers anymore. Farmers' average age is over 70 and less than 5% of the whole population. Also, no one wants to be a farmer. What if? We can grow fresh crops in any location and any seasons by software. So we launched our first product, the Smart Gardening Journal, which can record all activities and data for your plants in 2014. We had over 30,000 users. In 2015, we launched a Smart Planter, which can monitor the environmental conditions and grow plants with your friends through mobile applications. The modular hydroponics kits is a very simple and expandable product for home farming like Lego. We put it all together, we developed it into a container. It's a scalable modular farm solution. So we have a video. Yeah. We got the Best Innovation Award at CES 2020. Also, we got Innovation Awards at Sustainability Sector in CES 2022. So that farms in Korea we are operating. So we started with the small farms, and now we have farms in Abu Dhabi. Also, we grow some hemps, medical hemp. So it has really modular design. So our farm is placed in very near with this distribution warehouse. Also, our farm is totally operated by our software. Yeah, it's a semiconductor factory. So in high-tech industries, such as semiconductors, that changed the whole of our life. Talking about the semiconductor, it was a game changer when it showed. And now we are talking about the food. In this case, I may say green is the new white. It means it is the best time that the agriculture industry become a high-tech industry. A vertical farm is going to be a game changer. Also, I think the agriculture and food business is very similar to the contents or fashion business. So this photo is our ancient person. So here's one story, very common in Korea. In the 13th century, almost 700 years ago, Mr. Moon brought a cotton seed from China to Korea, and people succeeded in growing them. So people could have warm clothes and save themselves in a very cold winter. So we've learned from history, the market needs are the most important. So we grow European lettuce in Korea because the salad market is growing very fast in Korea. Also herb and medical hemp and Korean strawberries. It's very sweet and soft. Also market is growing very, very fast. So we made a commercial brand and universe, and we call it 식물성. It meaning is the planet of freshness. Also, it has same meaning, plant-based in Korean word. So also we opened a brand store and cafe in Gangnam, which is very fashion and trendy place in Seoul, Korea. Also, young people take photos in front of the farm and vegetable showcase. It's one of the famous Instagrammable place in Seoul, Korea. So maybe you can search the 식물성 on Instagram, and then you can show all photos. So our vision is building farms to feed the world, even on Mars. Thank you. Yeah. Also, yeah. Yeah. Also, someone interesting about Asian market or Korean market, just keep touchy to our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayon. Wonderful. And third, we have a speaker who's based in the Netherlands. He worked for Unilever and PepsiCo before founding Future Crops in 2016 as its Chief Executive Officer. He has some valuable views about going beyond organic. Gary Grinspan. Gary.
Which one? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm co-founder and CEO of Future Crops. I think what is more specific to our vertical farm is that we have developed our technology that is based on soil, kind of a substrate that mimics soil. We do not grow our crops hydroponically. And maybe that is a reason why I have been asked to talk today about going beyond organic, because those advocating that vertical farm is not organic will probably make their claims based on the fact that the roots are not into soil. We can argue on that, and we'll see it in a minute. But I think you would all agree with me that none of you would buy ever a product today from a supermarket that has no labeling on it. Everybody wants to know what they put into their bodies. And in today's era, where there's a more increasing conscious consumerism, It's not only about what we put in our body, it's also about how it has been produced. And people more and more will want full transparency on health index, on sustainability index. And what is pretty interesting, it is far beyond food, because we can also see it in the beauty industry, we can see it in the toys industry, cars industry, traveling, you got your CO2 carbons, and so on and so on. So if transparency is the standard today, I found it pretty amazing that one of the most important parts of our daily diets, which is fresh produce, most of us, for most of the products, do not know what we put into our body. Not about what level of toxicity it has, how it has been produced, how sustainable, we just buy it from the shop. I do think that organic made a kind of a revolution a few years ago about that, because they do some claims on our food in terms of healthiness, in terms of sustainability, better choice. There are also some drawbacks on organic, but this is maybe the reason why organic has been continuously growing, still small, about between, depending on the market, between a few percentage to up to maybe 20% of the market, but it has been continuously growing in most of the countries in the world. Even per capita, you see some of the leading countries for organic produce. But still, if you go back to the consumer and what they really want about fresh produce, it's first about pricing, affordability, then about quality, about consistent quality all year round, no more seasonality, the day that has been harvested, they want information about the shelf life. If you speak about healthy, they want 100% pesticide-free. We all know that organic is not necessarily 100% pesticide-free, no metal-free, food safety measurements, and so on and so on, and about sustainability, local grown, carbon footprint, and so on. And if you look into all these parameters that are important for consumers on transparency, for most of them, even organic cannot make any claim on it. And this is where I think vertical farming and controlled agriculture comes into action. And Leo Marcelis said it, it's all about control. Because once you're controlling the way of producing, you can eliminate all the volatility that is around your growing processes, and you can start making claims on what you put into the products. And vertical farming is really the junction between plant science, data science, technology, mainly automation. And once you understand exactly how you need to make all this mess together, optimize it into an optimized recipe and an infrastructure that can support it, then you can start making claims on your quality score, on your health score, but also on your sustainability score. And this is exactly what consumers want. And these are some examples from all kinds of vertical farms around the globe that already start communicating to consumers what's inside the product. And I want to make here really a call of action, because all these sessions of the last 2 days were about collaboration. And I think that one of the most important things that we need to do as a community is to start educating our consumers, first and foremost, about the values of vertical farming. Because if we want to talk about price premium, no retailer will accept a price premium if a consumer will not understand why they pay more price for it. And about organic, everybody knows what is organic and the values about it, because they have created standards, because they have created icons. I think we should work as a team together to marketing more the fact what is vertical about, because it's much more, in many ways, it's a superior product. And finally, if you look at all these parameters, yes, we do have a lot of challenges, and I will not repeat what has been said over the past 2 days, but mainly about affordability, pricing. We do see that one of the reasons why organic doesn't pass the 20% market, I do think that it's also related to prices, and we have the same issue with vertical farming. It's about also carbon footprint, energy. It's about profitability. Once we will crack that as an industry, I think we'll become the ultimate solution for specific crops. It will not fit for every crop, but for specific crops, we will become the ultimate solution. So I really make a call for action to all of us to start communicating on all the values that vertical farming can offer to consumers. Thank you very much.
I'm going to invite Tisha and Heyon to go up to the panel. And we're going to have this session moderated by Tom Stenzel. And Tom Stenzel has just been appointed as the Executive Director of the US CEA Food Safety Coalition. And I thought it would be a great opportunity. It was suggested that you should all get to know him, and how better than have him look after the panel and engage. So, and there's Jessica also from Anything to help out with language. So welcome, Tom. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Richard. So I have the honor of wrapping up what's been a very busy day, but a very full day, a very thought-provoking day. And I think this last session wraps up a lot of what we've talked about: facts, figures, claims, and communication. And I think each of our speakers in this panel have addressed those. One of the reasons I think it was appropriate, Richard, thank you very much for the invitation. The CEA Food Safety Coalition in the United States was formed about 4 years ago to do just this on the food safety standards. So the leading CEA companies in the States came together. They formed an auditable standard for food safety practices in both greenhouse and vertical farming, and that has become the model that we use now that's added to all of the GFSI audits. We're now dealing with that in a much broader capacity in sustainability and all the other metrics that we're talking about today. So look forward to hearing from the panel. So Tisha, let me turn to you first. You talked about getting common standards, common communication, talking about things in the same way. Do you feel like the industry has moved toward that since the formation of at least the CEA Food Safety Group?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think 2-3 years ago when we started talking about it, there really wasn't much interest. And many people just kind of would laugh and say, yeah, we're not going to share any of that information. But I think that really the groups have started, you know, different companies have started really kind of coming together. I think part of it has been the CEO roundtables. I think that that was a good start last year when we really started coming together, talking about standards. I think the work we're doing with science-based targets, the work that InFarm has led with a lot of the work from all of the other companies that have signed the manifesto. You know, I think we're making progress, and I think we're getting beyond the idea of everybody having their own IP and everyone, you know, going out and trying to do something super special, but recognizing that we need to get beyond the concept, and we really need to start delivering as an industry.
I think individually companies are working toward that. I did still hear a lot of references to patents today. Yeah. So I know that that's still part of the process. Sure. I think this venture capital phase we're in continues to require companies to accelerate their claims a little bit. And yet that's a little bit dangerous to overstate exactly what we're delivering. Is that your view?
I think it's very dangerous to overstate what we're delivering. I think it makes our industry somewhat the laughingstock, if that's a word. And people can't take us seriously, and they don't think that we are a viable industry that's going to do anything but have premium lettuce for the wealthy. And my goal, and I think the goal of the companies that are represented here, is to really make an impact in food supply. And so we're going to have a little bit of trust, a little bit of faith in one another. And, you know, I think there's a lot of benchmarking that we can do that has nothing to do with IP. I'm not asking for recipes. I'm not asking for your secret sauce. I think just basic fundamentals around productivity and productivity is really essentially what we're looking for. And then I think a lot of the science-based targets, the things that we're doing with energy and water, that's key to the unit economics of the farm. And so reporting on those things along with yield in the farm will drive a lot of the standardization that we're looking for.
So something that I think came out new in this very last session was the focus on organics. So Gary, the concept that organics has a perception, it has a set of criteria. Now they may vary between the EU and the US, but nonetheless consumers think that means something. How do we get to that level of confidence in an indoor brand?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Eris mentioned it this morning, but I think everything what we're doing in the point of sales is really helping, promoting the benefits. But at the end, we need to understand we put a lot of our efforts, resources into technology and into agricultural techniques. At the end, to build a brand which is called organic or vertical farm, it requires a lot of marketing efforts. And I do think that as an industry, we're all startups, we're all struggling also with profitability and so on. I think that if we will make at least together, we will create a kind of a joint marketing budget to promote the industry, then we will be able to generate enough capital to start communicating the values of vertical farming in the different regions we operate. But it requires a lot of money.
Interesting. I think your concept of beyond organic is quite interesting, that actually delivers some of the things that consumers want, but they may believe they get with organic. Mr. Kim, you mentioned that organic is not the best solution for the climate. Can you explain a little bit what you mean?
일단 그 올가닉 팜 같은 경우는 일단 그 지금 전 세계적으로 인구가 굉장히 늘고 있는데 땅 토양에 대한 사용량이 너무 많기 때문에 전부 다 올가닉을 우리가 지향했을 때는 그 너무 많은 농지가 필요하게 되고요. 또 이제 제가 봤을 때는 인권도 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 오가닉 파밍을 하기 위해서는 사람들이 실제로 밖에서 일을 많이 해야 되는데 그러면 그 일을 하는 이 환경 조건 자체가 너무 어렵기 때문에 그런 부분들도 사실 어떤 서스테이너블한 방법은 아니라고 생각합니다.
The reason why I believe that organic farming is not the best solution about the sustainability is the two parts. One is about the land capacity. Even though organic farming is still a farming, so they used a lot of lands, so which means there are eventually we need to contaminate the land in some point. And about the labor conditioning parts, so what if we need to harvest and cultivate in the farm, even though it's organic farming, agriculture, the method. However, the people really do the labors in the field, which means it's a harsh condition, especially in this climate changes and the global warming situation.
And I suppose also organic has a lower yield than conventional agriculture. So again, not as the productivity would not be there. Tisha, do you think that is a valid comparison that we'll make with conventional agriculture? I know you have a strong belief that we can't just be farm to farm, but the entire infrastructure that's allowed outdoor farming to be profitable. Will we be able to measure productivity comparing outdoor, conventional, organic, and indoor?
Yeah, I think that we need to look at the full supply chain. And so we understand and we report what is coming out of the field. We also understand the amount of pesticides that are dumped, the amount of water that's being used. But then we also are reporting that through our processing facilities as well. And so being able to understand at each step of that supply chain, getting from conventional all the way to a bag salad or a clamshell salad in retail, every stop along the way. USDA has measured what the waste is from field to retail. And so let's measure the carbon footprint and the water usage and the cost associated with it. Everybody's taking a margin. You know, people aren't doing it for free. So the retailer isn't winning, the consumer isn't winning, and the farmer isn't winning either.
So let me ask one of the questions from the audience. Common standards are great, but in practice, standards raise the entry barrier into a market, stopping innovation. How is this different?
Yeah, I don't know that that's true. I think that, I'm sorry, I am a firm believer that continuous improvement drives innovation. You benchmark, you measure things. What you measure, you can drive improvement on. If you see, if you see the bookends of our operation, I'll give you an example from my farm. And I know what I had at the harvester, and I know what I had in the package. There's a lot of waste points in between. There's a lot of opportunity for innovation and creativity, creative thought. around driving improvement in the way that I handle that product. There's waste from the entry point into the farm all the way through. So being able to measure those waste points, being able to quantify what that is, helps guide and target improvement so that we're sure that the investment that we're making is going to pay back instead of just doing an investment because it's sexy or it's fun or it's something that's interesting for people.
Interesting. Question to Gary, that if the consumer doesn't recognize that there's a vertical farmed premium lettuce, how do we increase our profitability in the future if there's not some type of brand that recognizes the category?
First of all, I think the situation is very different between Europe and the US, for instance. I think that in the US, most of vertical farms succeed to brand their own products. In Europe, private label is very strong, retailers are very strong, and you get more challenges in that perspective. There are two ways of answering that question. First of all, I do think that at the end consumer will feel it. We speak about shelf life, for instance. I would just challenge a consumer taking a product from a vertical farm and from a non-vertical farm. After 2 days in his fridge, it will not look the same. So at a certain stage, he will recognize retailers that are selling products from vertical farms or the one that are not. And if you can't ask for a price premium for it, I think it's all about the economics on the yield, the recipe, to make sure that we started in Holland. Holland is a very challenging market in terms of agriculture. You have so much glass houses, and one of the statements we're saying is if you can make the economics in Holland, you will make it everywhere. So I think that it's pushed the borders much further of what we try to do. But at the end, you can make the economics, and we see already today in some of our products that we've been creating dramatic improvement in terms of our KPIs. We already are capable to generate profit at market price. Not for all of them, but on some of them, yes.
So one of the key things that we're struggling with is differentiation at the marketplace. Certainly with the private label situation in Europe, much more challenging. Are the retailers putting vertically grown or indoor grown on the labels of their private label?
No, it's funny because we're supplying one of the largest retailers in the Netherlands. At this stage, we're supplying them herbs, and with herbs, they were not willing to communicate anything because they said, if we would communicate, we're about 15-20% of their supply in herbs. So if we will communicate something on 20%, what does it say about the other 80%? On the other hand, we're just now starting to supply them a new product, which is a spring onion. Today, spring onions in the Netherlands is mostly imported from outside the Netherlands. And we will be probably the only ones being able to supply them spring onions all year round from locally supplied. And for that product, they're willing to make some communication on it, and locally grown, without pesticide and so on. And they said, fine Dutch spring onions.
Okay, interesting. So, Mr. Kim, you grow in many countries, in different countries. Are you experiencing the same type of challenges to differentiate the indoor vertically grown?
일단 제가 했던 경험은 한국에서의 이런 유럽산 샐러드 채소, 허브, 딸기, 그다음에 메디컬 햄프들을 키우는 일을 했었었고, 그다음에 중동에서도 이런 유럽산 샐러드 채소, 그다음에 그 전에 우즈베키스탄에서 토마토를 키우는 그린하우스를 만드는 일을 했었는데, 무엇보다 이런 환경 같은 경우는 기술로 맞출 수 있다고 생각을 하지만 그 시장에서 사람들이 어떤 일반 고객들이나 식품회사나 유통회사들이 어떤 작물들을 더 원하는지, 그리고 그 어떤 수요량이 느는지 주는지를 파악하는 것들이 가장 중요한 것 같습니다.
I've been experienced quite a lot of farming experience, such as personally trying to cultivate and grow some European salads and Korean strawberries and herbs in Korea, and also he tried to grow in the UAE and the Middle East area the same as the European lettuces. And also he tried to cultivate some tomato farms in Uzbekistan in the past. But he found that with the technology, those indoor farming conditions is 100% control. He noticed that. The most important thing for him is that he found that we provide the crops and the foods when the market needs and what the people needs in a proper time. So that is more important than rather than how the technology can control the indoor farming condition. So basically, found what the market needs and provide what they need.
그래서 저희 회사가 되게 중요시하는 거는 결국은 우리 고객 아니면 고객사가 원하는 작물을 키워서 전달하는 아니면 키울 수 있는 솔루션을 만들어서 전달하는 게 좀 핵심인 것 같습니다.
So one of the most priorities for Ansing and his company is that found out what our clients needs and what our buyers needs, and then trying to supply them in a proper time, on time. Sorry.
Tisha, do you want to add?
I did. So the one thing, and I think you started hitting on it, everybody goes right to the end consumer, right? And everyone wants to sell the consumer on what we're trying to do. You have to sell the customer, the retailer. You have to give them a value proposition for why they want to have your product. And so there's things that we can do as vertical farming, like we can have more surety of supply. We're not dealing with Mother Nature and whatever comes up, and then we try to sell it. We have predictability. We can match supply and demand. We can guarantee quality and freshness. And so we need to be able to solve a lot of the retailers' problems so that they want to make us successful on shelf. They want to put stuff out there. They want to highlight us within the lettuce category instead of assuming that we have to go directly to the consumer for all the heavy lifting.
Another thing that I thought, Tisha, you and Mr. Kim had in common in your presentations was your education of the consumer, or at least your recognition to the consumer. So the Instagrammable spot in Korea, but also the end caps that 80 Acres puts in grocery stores. That's not selling product as much as it's building visibility for your category.
It is. It's creating identity for our brand. You have just a few seconds to catch a customer's eye when they're walking through the produce shelf. So how do you catch their eye? You do it with blades. You do it with a wall of produce. You do it with an end cap. InFarm does it probably the best of anybody out there with retailtainment. So you have to be able to catch their eye. You have to make sure that they can find your product in the sea of everything else. And then once your product performs again and again, then they'll start looking for you. But you have to catch their eye in the first couple seconds.
저희 같은 경우는 한 2, 3년 전만 해도 한국에서 이런 버티컬 팜에서 만든 채소들을 고객들이 그렇게 좋아하지 않았어요. 약간 자연적이지 않거나 인위적이고 뭔가 좋지 않다고 생각을 했었는데 지금은 오히려 고객들이 먼저 이런 버티컬 팜에서 재배된 우리 채소를 보면 이거 신선한 거, 이거 맛있는 거 이렇게 좀 프리미엄 채소로 인식을 하기 때문에 일반 고객들이 버티컬 팜 채소를 찾고 그렇기 때문에 리테일이나 다른 식품 회사들도 저희 같은 작물들을 굉장히 선호하고 있는 그런 상황입니다.
So it could be a little bit more Korean situation, but a couple of years ago in Korea, when he presented and showed to the buyers about the products, especially the fresh grains, and it grows in the smart farm or the vertical farming, the recognition in the market was not very good. But people easily to think about this is artificial product, and is the nature product gonna be better than this, and sort of like a negative vibes at the moment, but all of the things happened all at once. So
지금은 이렇게 키운 거 훨씬 더 좋아.
And now the totally changed. Even our buyers, they believe that the vertical farming products, it seems like more fresher and tastier, especially in the flavor and texture part. They prefer that it's easy to understand that they think it's a more premium and hyper fresh products comparing to the conventional field farms.
Very good. So I think we'll do one wrap-up question here from the audience, which I think is a very key question for all of you, so anyone jump in. Should there be an industry standard versus a government standard whether it's EU or US? If so, why? Or if not, why not? To help the industry build credibility, somewhat like organic, which does have that government imprimatur. Who'd like to start? Gary. You knew if nobody spoke up, I'd call on you.
I don't have any clear opinion whether it should be an industry or governmental. I think that at the end, probably it is something that will have to come maybe from both sides. I think that regulation is always helping sometimes to make standards. But I will not, as an industry, I would not want to be only dependent from regulations. I will also want to own it. I think that the beauty of vertical farming is that it's still a small community, and we're all very passionate about what we do. We believe in what we do. So I think it's a good time to try to get us together and work together on creating this industry. And I'm sure that the governmental will follow, but probably have to come from both sides.
Mr. Kim, and then Tish, I'll give you last word.
일단 올해 이제 한국 같은 경우는 정부가 바뀐 것도 큰 차이가 있는 것 같은데 우선 제가 생각했을 때 한국 같은 경우는 그 전에는 거의 대부분이 그 개인 농가들에 의존하는 농업의 구조였고 지금은 실제로 한국에는 농사지을 사람이 없는 게 가장 큰 문제이기 때문에 정부에서도 이런 기업들이 실제 이런 버티컬 팜이나 농업에 많이 들어올 수 있도록 굉장히 적극적으로 지원을 하고 있는 그런 그리고 농업을 이런 산업적으로 바라보는 시각을 최근에 갖게 된 것 같고 굉장히 빠르게 움직이고 있다고 저희는 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 이 시장도 훨씬 더 커질 거라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Luckily, this year, the ruling party has been changed in Korea after the presidential election. And the government trying to encourage, especially the agricultural part, because before that, the Korean agriculture industry, it was not actually industry. It depends on the individual farmers. And as you see the presentation, the farmers, total population of the farmers in Korea has been decreased, and they're really over 70 years old. So this government wanted to industrialize and transforming the agricultural parts. So there are much more, how do I say that, led us to drive trying some new things, and then that's the biggest difference.
Tisha, final word?
Yeah, so I have to say that my government takes way too long. I'm far too impatient. We need to figure out as an industry how we set our standards. We need to be the ones to set the narrative, and then government regulation and narrative will follow. But as an industry, I believe that it's our duty and onus. We're the innovators. We need to innovate. We need to figure out how to do it, how to speak to it, and how to measure it.
Very good. Well, as we wrap up this last session, let me just invite any of you who are interested in the U.S. market, please grab me tonight at the dinner. Be glad to further this conversation. So thank you to the panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thanks all very much. We have drinks in the library at 7 o'clock, and the dinner will be in a room transformed here at 7:30, and the awards at 9:30, and it won't be too late. So I hope you have a great evening. Come back later. Thank you.